Hello, dear friends, dear international colleagues, Muscovites, and all the delegates of the forum, Moscow Urban Forum. I'm really glad to be the moderator of this session. My name is Piotr Kudryavtsev. I'm the head CEO and partner of City Makers, and our keynote speech is called "How do Cities Transform Successfully?" Quite a lot of cities do have big strategic plans. Some of them have some interesting tactics, but only few of them are succeeding. And I think that one of the key points is actually to understand what strategies are good, what strategies are effective and safe, which of them are fast but dangerous, which of them are safe but long, and is there a compromise? And how we should develop our cities in the future. And I'm really glad again to greet an amazing person and an amazing professional, Dr. Chong Kung-hing. We already had an amazing talk and got acquainted during the last Moscow Urban Forum, and we had an amazing discussion and very, very thoughtful lecture. Dr. Chon is currently chairman of the Center for Livable Cities. She's also the chairman of Lee Kuan Yew Center for Innovative Cities. She was formerly CEO of the Housing and Development Board in Singapore, overseeing more than 1 million public housing flats. She's also CEO of Urban Redevelopment Authority from 2004 to 2010, and Deputy Secretary of the Ministry of National Development from 2001 to 2016. And all that is in Singapore. And I really wanted to say that it's quite interesting that Moscow is, for a lot of times, compared to Singapore. And we always kind of, although we are very, very different, we have different climates, we have different mentalities, but during the last survey that was conducted by BCG for Moscow Urban Forum, again on the scheme, on the graph, Moscow is very close to Singapore. So I think it's there's a lot of things that we can learn from each other. And I'm passing a word to Dr. Chong. Amazing to greet you again virtually, and hope to see you here in Moscow sometime very, very soon. Please, we would very much like to hear your keynote speech.
Thank you very much, Peter, and good afternoon from Singapore. For some of you, it's good morning, and for others, it's good evening. Thank you for allowing me to share with you today on how the cities transform successfully. So let me just get into the topic. Well, we all know cities are exposed to multiple challenges and vulnerabilities today, and all these require very urgent, active responses. So, particularly now we're hit by COVID-19 and climate change, which is slow but surely is coming already and affecting us. So, cities face urban risks largely in four main areas. They are social, environmental, economic, and institutional risk. I'm not going to run through this whole very busy table of risk. I think you can read it, but it covers things like environmental challenges would be rising sea levels. If you look at social challenges, it's about pandemics, poverty, inequalities. But we know that the ones most affected are usually the underprivileged and the vulnerable. And as Peter has said, some cities actually handle some of these challenges quite well, while others don't. So the question really is why? So to better understand how cities have really managed to overcome their urban challenges and transform themselves successfully, in 2009, Singapore launched a unique Lee Kuan Yew World City Prize. Actually, the idea is that the prize would honor cities around the world for their outstanding achievements and contributions to the creation of livable, vibrant, and sustainable urban communities. And really through the prize, we really hope to learn from these cities and to help many of our own cities. I think the mutual sharing would be great for everybody. And the criteria, I'll run through quickly. We look for whether the city has leadership and good governance. What are their very innovative urban and policy solutions? And what is the impact? And are these durable and sustainable? And are they replicable and scalable to other cities? And how well do they integrate with the regional and metropolitan level in terms of these plans? So since 2010, we have awarded the prize to 5 cities, namely Bilbao, New York City, Soto, Medellin, and Seoul. So today, I really hope to use 12 case studies from these 5 cities that could provide useful lessons for us. So I will just take a walk and a trip around the world to each of these cities. Let's look at Bilbao. Bilbao was awarded the inaugural prize in 2010 in recognition of its integrated and holistic approach in urban transformation. And actually, the city demonstrated that urban regeneration can be a powerful social and economic driver to catalyze change. And if you look at Bilbao, it used to be an economic powerhouse. It had mining, shipbuilding, and other iron industries. But then the global decline of the steel industry in the 70s and 80s collapsed its economic model. And then they had severe floods in 1983. And but through constant rejuvenation and involvement, the city successfully transformed from the industrial decline to a knowledge-based economy today. So what did they do? Basically, they did this through a very visionary and long-term approach to planning. It successfully planned and implemented a total of 25 significant and broad-based urban interventions over 25 years. And as a result, you can see that the waterfront is completely rejuvenated. They have used landmark structures, and we are all very familiar, the Guggenheim Museum in Bilbao, and to help transition the city to a city of services and culture and put Bilbao on the world map. And they use culture, internationalization, and design excellence as key catalysts. So today you can see the complete restoration and rejuvenation of, for example, the port, what it was and what it is today. The city, where, for example, they deck over a rail yard, they brought in housing, public spaces, and lots of greenery. And of course, they believe in the value of design. And the Guggenheim Museum by Frank Gehry was one of its major catalysts. But I would like to say that one of the most important things from a governance point of view was the formation of this organization called Bilbao RIA 2000. It is a publicly funded private firm comprising public and private stakeholders, and it played a lead role in successful redevelopment of the metropolitan area since 1992. And it coordinates and executes projects related to planning, transportation, and the environment, focusing on urban directives from the planning authorities. Now, it's really an important organization because there's agreement by consensus from its multiple stakeholders, and it is institutionalized as a process to mandate land development. And as a result, this approach is less affected by political inclinations and ensures long-term development. So the urban transformation of Bilbao is really closely tied to the funding mechanism and Bilbao RIA 2000. Financial gains obtained through land sales are reinvested in recovered areas or on strategic urban initiatives. So it's been very successful as an organization. Let's have a look at New York City. New York was recognized in 2012 for its remarkable transformation. What can we learn from New York? Well, we all know that New York went through a decline in the 1970s and 80s. They had very high crime rates. The 1990s marked the first sign of turnaround under Mayor Giuliani when he made the city safer. And then Mayor Bloomberg came on board and with visionary leadership defined a bold vision of the future for New York City. And I think you can see the major transformation because they developed long-term plans for New York City. They had a blueprint for a greater and greener New York. And in fact, in 2015, Mayor Bill de Blasio also introduced One NYC 2050 plan. So this is a city that believes in longer term planning. And you can see that the city continued to implement improvements progressively, and over time, more parks were added, and there was a lot of focus on placemaking to improve livability. There's now greater access to parks within the 10-minute walk to mitigate a very high density environment, and Singapore can identify with New York, and they reclaim public spaces for pedestrians, and placemaking is done for greater vibrancy. And of course, we are now very familiar with the famous transformation story of West Chelsea and the High Line plan. It is really an innovation, an urban innovation, whereby the High Line was really a ground-up effort, first started in 1999 by the community group called Friends of the High Line, and was later endorsed and supported by the Bloomberg administration in 2002. So the city got together and adopted a regulatory and urban design framework for the development of new and affordable housing. And one of the innovations is really the transfer of development rights scheme, which allow owners of property within the High Line transfer corridor to transfer the development rights to designated receiving sites within the special district. So this enabled them to realize their development potential and spur unrealized growth potential within the district. So the High Line is really framed as an economic revitalization project. And today you can see the transformation when you walk along the High Line with amazing buildings done by different architects and very vibrant economically. Another interesting lesson to learn from New York is the lesson about resilience. In 2012, Hurricane Sandy struck New York City and caused damage citywide. And in the aftermath, the city assessed climate change vulnerabilities and began very ambitious long-term coastal protection projects, one of which was the East Side Coastal Resilient Project, as you can see here, that is used for flood protection. Highly innovative ideas that's come out to protect New York from future hurricanes and floods. So resiliency became very important. Let's go to Suzhou in Asia. Well, Suzhou was conferred the prize in 2014 for its success in meeting multiple challenges of achieving economic growth, but at the same time trying to protect its cultural and built heritage, and also dealing with a large influx of migrant workers, a very common story for growing cities. And before, I think, with the opening up of the Chinese economy in the 1990s, Suzhou, like many of the Chinese cities, really faced the urgent need for urban redevelopment, but at the same time faced the problem of the demolition or irreparable damage to its historic areas. So Suzhou has classical gardens that are inscribed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1997. So what did Suzhou do? Well, they managed to achieve economic growth while protecting its heritage. And they have sensitively restored the environment and maintained social stability. How did they do this? Well, they channeled growth to new areas, like the Jingji Lake CBD, so that they took the pressure off from the heritage areas and they could continue to protect the heritage areas. So you find that Suzhou now is a mix of old and new, taking a very comprehensive approach to prevent the loss of heritage and the city character. So you see many beautiful projects there. The Binjiang Historic District is protected with its 4 classical gardens located within. It's a UNESCO World Heritage Site. But at the same time, it has built modern skyscrapers that coexist and flourish with the 2,000-year-old classic gardens. Many other restoration projects that are quite innovative. The Stone Lake District is one of the 4 components of the 4 green elements in the Suzhou City Master Plan. And this lake became highly polluted from pollutive activities like quarrying and construction of cemeteries. And they severely damaged the ecology, and there was pig farming and excessive fish farming, which deteriorated the lake. So what they did was to try and resettle the squatters there, cleaned up the lake, and completely rejuvenated the environment. But a very interesting approach was that they devised a 1-for-3 housing policy to relocate the existing farmers to urban areas while keeping issues associated with displacement to the minimum. Farmers were offered 3 units of urban housing in exchange for 1 unit of farm. So what they could do is they lived in 1 unit, the second is for the family members, and they could rent out the third. And this ensured that their livelihood is not adversely affected by the displacement. And the success of Suzhou's rapid urbanization brings along another common challenges faced by many cities, the growth of migrant worker populations seeking job opportunities. But Suzhou is different. What they did is they adopted a very inclusive social policies for non-native residents. They gave them access to citizen equivalent benefits such as education, healthcare, employment, and even housing. So this fair treatment policies led to the overall increase in quality of life for all residents, including migrant workers who have gone to live in Suzhou. So as a result of it, these social policies, Suzhou was awarded as the most popular city for migrant workers within China. Let's then now move to South America, to Medellin. Was recognized in 2016 for its success in overcoming challenges of uncontrolled urban expansion. Those who know Medellin will realize that it used to be called the murder capital of the world, and there were severe inequality issues. And what they did was they tackled the most pressing issues. So this is the lesson learned. They tackled the most pressing social issues and then tried to improve the economy and the quality of life. And what did they do? Well, there were a lot of social innovations through a series of urban interventions. Those who know Medellin will know that it's actually in a valley. And so when a lot of workers, migrant workers came and had illegal settlements along the mountainside, but this cut them off from the city, made it the city very inaccessible to them in terms of amenities and jobs. So to overcome this, they developed the metro cable, which connects the inaccessible hillside communities to the rest of the city. It was a very cheap way. For $1, you can get a ride on the metro cable from the mountain down to the city. And it's actually a very beautiful ride. And they also tried to introduce cost-effective transport through escalators. They refurbished a lot of escalators and brought them in to give access. And interestingly, they had a lot of other innovations, like they had a green belt to stop the urban sprawl along the mountains, and they developed new public spaces at the Circumvent Garden. And these had libraries, library parks, and many facilities that were developed together with the community through a participatory design methods. And the metropolitan green belt really defines the city limits and prevents further urban sprawl. And the structurally sound settlements were legalized. They started as illegal settlements, but they were legalized as long as they were safe, avoiding displacement issues. And then residents were trained and so that they can get jobs and to give them a sense of place. And now Medellin has moved on to looking at transforming itself through technology and knowledge industries, as we can see here in new districts that focus on knowledge industries. Seoul is another interesting example. It was recognized in 2018 as a role model for megacities with a will to change. Well, Seoul, with the democratization of Seoul in 1995, citizens increasingly desire to participate in local matters. So many expressed opinions on local matters, that there were many conflicts between different interest groups, NGOs, and the public sector. So the implementation of large-scale urban development projects became very challenging. So what did Seoul do to try to overcome this? Well, basically, they embarked on a really extensive public engagement process to get alignment with the community. And there were dedicated government negotiation teams that were set up, and it broke down communication barriers. And they worked with thousands of citizens to work out the vision for their plans and turn them into active players. And they have a conflict mediation division set up to actually mediate all the different interest groups. And as a result of this participation exercise, they were able to formulate the Seoul Plan 2030. And furthermore, the government launched the participatory budget system and community building projects to give citizens a bigger say in local matters. So you see lots of projects, very difficult projects being carried out. The Chongchong project is an example. They remove a highway, and Seoul used to be really congested with cars, and they developed a beautiful river. They brought back the original river. They cleaned up a rundown manufacturing district at Dongdaemun and brought in the Design Plaza by Zaha Hadid to become a hub for culture, fashion, and design. They converted many of the above ground highway roads into pedestrian malls. They pedestrianized a lot of streets. And again, as I said, they brought back the river into the heart of Seoul by bringing down a highway, which used to displace the river. But I want to say that the laureate cities shared something in common. They all had visionary and strong leaders who led the transformation, as we can see here. They had very strong mayors and who set up institutions and governance frameworks and engaged multiple stakeholders to get their plans implemented. And it is also about institutionalizing processes to ensure that the long-term plans would carry on beyond their terms in office. Because we know this is a big challenge for most cities, how to get long-term plans to continue to be implemented. And so let me summarize quickly the lessons learned from the 5 laureate cities. First, we looked at social challenges, and you could see that they focus on improving quality of life and also focus on greater equity. They engage people, provided an environment where you can get access to amenities. They integrated vulnerable groups, focus on placemaking using culture, design, heritage as catalysts. And to meet environmental challenges, they focused on sustainability and resilience and prepare for climate change, building transit-oriented developments. And if you look at economic challenges, they try to diversify the economy, create jobs, train the residents, create an attractive investment climate, and create self-sufficiency as much as possible. And finally, good, strong governance. They had plans for the long term. They had strong leaders. They institutionalized processes for implementation, engaged stakeholders, had plans that are transparent, and foster ground-up processes. So I think we can learn a lot from these cities. But there is no perfect city, and all cities are a work in progress. And for many of these cities, they still struggle with problems like traffic congestion and lack of affordable housing. So it is always trying to improve and to bridge the gaps that each city has. Now, I just want to end by saying that we are all familiar with the 17 Global Sustainable Development Goals by the UN. And if you look at these goals, many are still not achieved by many cities, even the laureate cities. And of course, COVID-19 has upended many of these goals. For example, out of 17, I think at least 13 are impacted. For example, population living in slums now face higher risk of exposure to COVID-19 due to high densities. Jobs are affected, economic activities are impacted. So going forward, even laureate cities that have won prizes really need to think about how to build back better. I think this is the phrase that's been going around. Everybody wants to build back better, and we have to think about how do we do that? How do we build our cities to be sustainable, resilient, green, and inclusive? What sort of recovery can we have? And so this continues to be a work in progress, and I think the story will unfold itself over the next few years. For those who are interested to know more about the laureate cities, this is a link that you can go to and you can read about the cities. I think it'd be interesting for us to go back and look at these laureate cities to see how well they have or have not managed the pandemic. And again, there are many lessons there for us. Thank you very much. I will stop there. Peter, back to you.
So I think for a Russian, for a Muscovite, one of the most important challenges is something that you said in the last part of your speech, is about how to make these long long-term plans possible, and how to make each next leader follow the same path. Because I can honestly tell you that I think Russia is mostly coming to this habit, I would say, because every leader, every new mayor, every president, I think also wants to have its own agenda. And this is something that is, from one point of view, a very good thing. Maybe some things are more controversial. But I also heard that, like Seoul or Tokyo or and some Chinese cities, they have a long-term plan up to, 2050. I actually even heard that in China they have plans for hundreds of years also. For us it's unbelievable, because I think we live like in terms of 1 to 3 years, and this is kind of a time of building of a house, or a housing district, for example, like the planning, the building, and now this is it. So what do you think? What do you think is the key? What is the right balance, and what could be the system of how could a new leader, a new team in the city could follow the plans that were implemented and the previous team started?
Thank you for a very good question. Well, I'm an urban planner and I believe in long-term planning, but I understand all the challenges. I think when you plan long-term, it doesn't mean one plan. It means that you continually plan. You have a vision and things are dynamic. There are socio-economic changes, and you have to keep revisiting this plan because things have changed, and also you have new leaders. But I do believe that most cities want the same thing in the long term. Right? They want an efficient city and a highly livable city, good quality of life, good housing, good amenities and utilities, which means water, sanitation. You want to be sustainable, use energy well. I don't think these things change very much in the long term, whichever city you come from and whichever leader is in place, because this is what the citizen wants. Mm-hmm. So the issue is you still need to plan long term, and it doesn't have to be planned to the nth detail, but there is a general sense of what you want to do. And once you have these plans, how do you make sure they continue? I think there are a few ways. In some of the cities like New York and Seoul, you can see that they involve the citizens. And when you involve the citizens to do the plan, even if you have a new leader that comes on board and may change certain facets of the plan, but the citizens remember this is what they have told the leadership they want. Mm-hmm. So that's important, right? Mm-hmm. So many of these aspirations should more or less carry on. The second, so that first is developing the plan from the community point of view. Mm-hmm. What do people want? The second point is that you have to institutionalize the plan. So in many of these cities, they have processes where the plan is a statutory plan or it is institutionalized, and you have champion organizations that try to make sure these plans get implemented beyond multiple administrations. And yes, well, you look at New York, they've had multiple mayors, but more or less, each time a new mayor comes in, even with his own new ideas, more or less some of the basic ideas still get implemented. Right? And over time, these become cumulative improvements. There were some South American cities. They changed mayors and they're from opposition parties. But Medellin is a very good example. When they won the prize, the mayors from the present mayor and the previous mayor, who was from a different party, they both came to receive the prize because they continued the plan. So I think you need to institutionalize the plan as well.
Mm-hmm. Really interesting. I also think that, and I think that will be the first maybe question that I'll ask you the next time when we meet, is actually how we find this balance between the really strong and powerful leader and the democratic procedures. Because, you know, sometimes I think that some new, like really beautiful architectural things, like, for example, Zaryadye Park, where we're sitting right now, it will take, like, I don't know, 10 years even to discuss everything with the community. But still, I think that if projects are realized this way, at first listening to people, and then the leader is taking the lead and making the process. This is the ideal life, and I really hope that we will all learn how to do that, and we will plan for long, and this will make our cities beautiful and prosperous. Thank you so much again, Dr. Chong, and I hope to see you finally face to face after the end of pandemic next time for the Urban Forum. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody, and goodbye.
Thank you. Goodbye, everyone. Stay safe.
Дорогие слушатели Конгресса Urban Health, я приветствую вас на сессии об салютогенном дизайне. Меня зовут Григорий Мальцев, я руковожу проектами в аналитическом центре Московского форума. И сегодня мы поговорим.
Today we'll be talking about salutogenic designs. The towns are becoming more and more comfortable but more dense at the same time, which leads to new risk for health. These are caused by light, noise and so on. As we see, medicine goes from medicine of diseases to medicine of health. And same way, architecture can help us make us healthier and better. And year by year we see that the voices of those who say that this is interdisciplinary area and effort must be joined not only by the architects but also by scientists should be involved. And due to this appeared a concept of design of environment, which not only fights with negative factors but creates environment that allows us to become healthier and support our healthy lifestyle. Today with us is Alain Delany. He's the founder and board member, International Academy for Design and Health. This is a great honor and luck for us. Alain, the floor is yours.
Hello, good morning, everybody. It's my great pleasure to come back to Moscow and present the latest development knowledge within salutogenic design and urban planning. My background, probably you mentioned, I'm an architect, but also a public health scientist, and works last 30 years how to introduce interdisciplinary problem of design and health worldwide. And today, I try to do my best to discuss how this knowledge could be applied of salutogenic to urban design and city planning. This is the first slide that I present almost in all my presentations, shows 50 healthiest country in the world. And we try to see what is the reason behind the healthiest country in the world, and just find out and how we can learn from this country and be part of this 50 healthiest country in the world. So as you see, Italy is #1 in the world. The median is 93 years, the median life expectancy, and compared to other countries, Iceland, Switzerland, Singapore, Australia, Spain, Japan, Sweden, where I live, is 88 years. And in this list, I have not seen, unfortunately, the Russian among 50 countries in the world. You see, unfortunately, Russian is not among these countries. So we hope that one day we present, so it's Russian become to this category. So Poland is 39, the closest country, and so on. The reason is not about why we have the healthcare, and how much we spend on the healthcare. The reason is because of the reason. And you see, the United States is 34, despite they spend almost 20% of GDP for the health. They are 34, but the countries like Singapore, they spend only 4% of GDP, but #4 in the world. So this is other reason behind to be healthiest country, not healthcare. And that is, one of them is urban forum that you are working on that, urban design, city planning. And this is the reason behind of Italy, that Italy is struggling economy with 20% unemployment of young people, but has the world's healthy people. And because of this environment, the plaza, the people sitting in this area are very less stress and more pleasant, and social support and many other aspects that make these people healthiest in the world. But the main reason is the interaction between our environment and healthy lifestyle that make these people in good shape. So we go back to World Health Organization, Ottawa Charter Health Promotion. They mention health is created and lived by people within the setting of their everyday life, where they live, work, and play and love. And also health created by caring for oneself and others, by being able to take decision and have control over one life circumstance, and by ensuring that the society one live in the city create condition. So the city should create condition and allow the realization of health by its member. That means the condition of the city, the quality of the city that create health. But also global health action plan that urban design has significant impact on human health. There is a complex relation between personal health, public health, and urban design to reduce and modify risk factor for non-communicable diseases, which means lifestyle-related diseases, underline social determinants through the creation of healthy city. And that is very powerful statement that we must pay attention. But what is health? Health is, according to World Health Organization, is a state of complete physical, psychological, and social well-being, and not only absence of the illness. But this is just definition. We have worked on that, and we have found out in my last 30 years research at Karolinska Institute in Stockholm, we find out health is a process and composed of psychosocial factor, lifestyle, emotion, and experience, which create health and life, and equally diseases is a process composed of psychosocial factor, lifestyle, emotion, and experience, which lead to illness and to death. So the health of each of us is the matter of balance between these two processes. We can be here or here, but we pendle always between these two processes. And of course, biological factor that could affect negatively our the diseases process, or positively our health process. So this always depends on the driving design factor and risk factor that put us in this side through the sickness, or in other side bring us to health. So it depends always where we are. We must be always here in order to promote health. So I pass this, and this we call salutogenes if we are here. If you are in that part, we call pathogenes. So this is the causes of health, and this is the causes of diseases, what make people sick or what make people healthy. Myself, I have never hospitalized, I have never used any drug, because through my lifestyle, through my emotion and experience, through exposure to psychosocial factor, I put always me here. And that is the case. I can speak 1 hour in this slide only, but I pass now. But we see now the architecture, design, urban planning has tremendous impact on our emotion and experience and lifestyle that create health. So healthy urban design must affect our emotion and experience and our impact to lifestyle that create health. Otherwise, it's not healthy urban design. This is very important. What salutogenes came from Aaron Antonovsky. It came with this book in 70s, Health, Stress, and Coping. I don't speak of the background of that, but salutogenes means health, genes means origin. Salutogenes is an approach focusing on factors that support human health and well-being. And salutogenes focus to guide to health promotion through healthy lifestyle by focusing stress reduction, which is very crucial, as well as coping with factors that causes stress, how we manage stress and how we reduce stress. But what is stress? Stress is also invented by my chief of Institute of Psychosocial Factor and Health at Karolinska Institute in 1972 in Sweden on behalf of World Health Organization. So stress coming from the city, urban design that you design and create health or diseases. But this is the origin of stress, physical environment, that creates social organization, structure, and function in our society, which develop psychosocial stimuli together with psychobiological program, intention in our body, blood pressure, heart rhythm, and stimuli that you interact with people, with the environment. These together, physiological, psychological, together create a mechanism that we call stress and develop two precursors of diseases, and finally, diseases itself. So this is a process, exactly like a health. Stress is also a process. Now, it depends on the earlier environmental factor, genetic factor, and all others that create stress. But salutogenesis is how we can deal with that to prevent stress. We must create the condition that determine person's ability to cope with stress, and that is sense of coherence. Every one of us, we have a kind of sense of coherence. That means ability to manage stress and depend on everything what we do is we understand comprehensibility. What is understandable, how we can see the things and so on. And also we manage resources to meet the situation. We have enough resources to take the task, the responsibility, but also must be meaningfulness. Life makes sense. It must be rewarding for our brain. Everything we do that must contain these three components. If we have these three components, we can manage stress, and that is crucial. Now, how we design the city that contain these three components, that we can increase the capability of our sense of coherence. Yes, we have translate sense of coherence, comprehensibility, comprehensible city, manageable city, and meaningful city. If we have looked at, so it's comprehensible because we see the plan, and also manageable because we can use the building as navigator in the city, and also meaningfulness with green beauty. It makes sense. That is comprehensible city, so we can manage, and also this work as navigator, and also meaningful with green. So we have developed with Ken Young, the founder of ecological design in the world, in Singapore, in Malaysia and United Kingdom, the kind of first time matrix of design and health that we find out those design factors that affect our health through the lifestyle, emotion, and experience. This all kind of design factor, but at the same time prevent stress and manage and improve our sense of coherence through comprehensibility, manageability, and meaningfulness. This matrix we have also here in this design, we have applied for hospital, we have applied for house, we have applied for school design, but my task also with you guys, we can define that and develop for city planning, how we can apply this and put on the authority as a norm. So this is how to 100 stairs in the city, how we can design that feel good, actually. People can manage without feeling tired. We need to come out of the box and ask a question in the city, what make people healthy? And how urban design could promote health. And that is the case that we must work together. Salutogenic healthy city means that easy to bicycle, to drive the car, to walk, but also green everywhere and safe. That is a salutogenic urban design. You can say just in this slide very shortly, the lifestyle-related disease in the United States is almost 80%. Believe me or not, this is the case in many countries. So heart diseases, cancer, digestive, obese, and diabetes, we can reduce this cost by having healthy urban design that make lifestyle more healthy. Now, how we can create this kind of environment? How do we build the choice environment within the city so that invite people to come to the park and make other healthy lifestyle choices? And that is important, how to design And myself, I am living in Mentone, close to Monte Carlo and Italy. Every day I run 10 kilometers. In one day I go to Monaco, in other day I go to Italy. So exercise is very important. Now, they put in the rooftop in Stockholm city, in everywhere, they use for exercise. Exercise, 90%, 91% cases of type 2 diabetes, preventing 50% of all cases of heart diseases, preventing 50% stroke, death, and reduce site-specific cancer by 50%. So now how we design that engaged lifestyle of people that do more exercise, decrease all cases of mortality by 67%, prevent 47% cognitive damage, and decrease depression by 20%. All accommodated by 30 minutes day of moderate activity. How we can design that people can go around? This is a stress reduction, old city of Roma. You can see how to prevent stress, and kind of other salutogenic environment, Piazza di Spagna, how people go around and exposure for this beauty and stimulating environment. Now, we did some years ago, few years ago, international competition for healthy city, and we come to conclusion how we can inform, how we can digital and interior product and interior, all this put together architecture to come to urban realm. I mean, today is the discrete cities like this, how we can connect and interconnect with those design factor in the future that could promote people health. And that is the way that how we can also conceptualize this idea by bringing urban farm and all connection, urban farm everywhere, green connection, pedestrian, walking and jogging, and access to all what we need, and psychosocial stimuli and mobile clinic. And this is the way, and school environment combining with senior living, with green, etc. There is many, many ways to integrate in the city to create. But salutogenic main street we can create it in the city like this, that have accessibility, spirituality, mindfulness, nutrition, local product, that how we can, and variables and incentives to commercialize health and food education, art, culture integrated. So all these together, we can create really healthy urban city to sustain, to answer also sustainability, etc. This is the way that we can summarize: eat healthy, be active, engage with community, experience the outdoor, work close to home, reuse resources, and reduce waste. So city with clean land, clean water, clean air. This is the fundamental how to apply to urban design that creates salutogenic. This is a salutogenic environment within the city that people can walk, people can access in the night, and easy choice and no noisy in this area, and the sound of the nature. But landmark in the city that people can walk, to get together, social contemplation, interaction with each other, and easy accessible by bicycle, by walking. This is their gym. So this we did actually international competition. We did, we gave the salutogenic urban environment for that. Garden by the Bay in Singapore is top in the world in this area. You can see how the people gathering and how people exercise. And that is the causes of health, not the clinician, not the building, not the medical doctors. This is the best way to promote health. Now, how we transform our cities like this, put the greenery in the top and put the street downstairs and make it accessible for people. So like this, this is the old water sanitated. They clean the water as kind of static, and underground, and people can walk. And the same here, accessibility for people. This is the mainstream has been transformed to kind of pedestrian in Mexico and other places. And I think we should learn from that and apply. So salutogenic urban design influence urban health through the psychosocial stimuli of the natural environment. And also, this is futuristic of Penang Island in Malaysia that designed that for all ecological and salutogenic environment by green and zero energy, etc. But summarize this, you can see the circular sustainability is mainly ecology, economic, politics, and culture must be integrated in order to have vibrant and good result. So we can see still we do a lot. We need ecology working on that to bring it is more green. So we must identify this. We must do more research in this and in different community in order to see what is the problem and engage. So I have visited 90 countries in the world and many cities. The most salutogenic city in the world I can see is the Brisbane. Brisbane I consider as salutogenic, and because in the main safe, walkable, bicycle, and the main street of the city we can do, they have the beach that you can contemplate. So now I have a video of 3 minutes. I show for you that this video is I have designed a health house. I applied all these factors that could be easily this design factor applied to urban design. This is in ES. For the first time, we designed a salutogenic.
Alan, can you make it full screen? We can't see it.
You can see now?
No.
No?
You need to put it in full screen. We can see your. No. We can see your desktop. Now we can see it. Thank you.
Okay. This is first time health house. I applied all the design factor, design matrix by Ken Young and myself. We applied to this house. Now, how we can apply this principle to city planning? So rooftop, 2-floor high, water place for yoga. At the main entrance, this is close to Monte Carlo, very green area. So the use of art, the green nature, zero energy, everything included in this house for first time. Aquarium, fireplace, water fountain and green inside and transparency and beauty of nature and environment. Now you can say this, of course, is luxury, but the principle is the same. We can apply even to low-income house. This is a gym and with sauna, and we can see the swimming pool. The roof is solar energy around and used as barbecue and social gathering in rooftop. So we have used every single centimeter in this plot for some purpose. So this is the quality of environment that we strive, how we can apply this principle also to urban design. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
So,
thank you, Alan.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. So I'm ready now for 5 minutes. Still, I have time for questions.
Fine. Yeah, we luckily have a bit of time to discuss.
Yeah.
You've covered well how health is and space we're living in is connected to health, but the first question that comes to mind: who would take the leadership? Who would drive this agenda? The government, scientists, or NGOs, or the people of the city? Who should be the main driver?
Well, I think everyone is responsible, but of course in the countries is mainly the government should start and the program and incentivize how we can actually create healthy environment. That is important, and also we can, this is an interdisciplinary problem, so we must really engage the government, the universities, and private sector, the business, how to commercialize health and how everyone have benefit of health. That is important, I guess, how we can engage everyone, because health is a matter of everyone. Everyone has benefit of that, and everyone must engage.
Okay, and if we focus on the industry, is there a way to, in a way, commercialize health, or promote industry to promote health?
Of course, actually, industry can design and to market the health rather than, and shows clearly that the way they design, they have impact to our health, and this is part of their business policy, and they make a brand for them. When they make brand, so everybody comes to them. If Coca-Cola became brand, but Coca-Cola killed people, how we can do the salutogenic, healthy environment become the Coca-Cola's brand in the world? I mean, that is important, how to commercialize the health rather than disease. So that is, this is very crucial, and the government must incentivize. Government must help, because in the end of the day, the government's cost for healthcare will reduce. The government should ask how we can design community without the hospital. So if this is the challenges for people through the lifestyle, they can prevent at least lifestyle-related diseases, non-communicable diseases, which is the target of also World Health Organization. So that is very important. Through the prevention of lifestyle-related diseases, government will actually reduce the cost, and also the productivity in the society will increase, which means a spin-off effect of the action that everybody is win-win. And that is important to mention, because the government must initiate not only Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Planning, and Ministry of Health together as a team. They can work together and emphasize on this issue in level of urban design, in level of school design, in level of housing, everywhere where people live, work, and play must be safe, must be health, must be educative, and exposure for psychosocial factor that prevent stress.
Thank you. Thank you, Alan. We have, well, unfortunately, we have no time to continue our discussion. Thank you so much for being with us. Have a nice day. Bye.
Thank you. And good luck to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Добрый день, мои дорогие участники нашего онлайн.
Good day, dear participants of our today's online dialogue for the World Health Organization Moscow Network. We'll be speaking about health and well-being today. Welcome from the studio of the 10th Moscow Urban Forum in Moscow. My name is Evgenia Simutnikova. I represent the Department of Nature Preservation of the Government of Moscow. I'm also the co-representative of the Moscow government in the U20 organization. I represent the Land Use Department also of Moscow, and I'm in charge of interaction with the World Health Organization in a framework of the implementation of agreement of cooperation between Moscow government and World Health Organization. We're hosting the 10th Moscow Urban Forum. Traditionally, one of the major branches of discussion is the issue of urban health. Today, we shall be not speaking about diagnostics or treatment. We'll be talking about non-medical factors that make contribution into the health of the population, particularly the quality of environment and how the factors of environment, the pollution of the environment make an impact on the health of the population of the city. We have a range of distinguished experts today. Many organizations highlight the issues of the health of the urban population, specifically if the water is polluted, as well as the air. We'll be discussing those figures today. Overall, it is possible to say that the condition of the health of the population depends on the ecological problems of the city by at least 20%. That's why ecological norms and policies of any level of administration and any city and improvement of quality of in the environment are serious tools to improve the overall health of the city population. Interdisciplinary interaction here is very important between different departments and sphere of healthcare. This is a strong resource to improve the overall level of the health of the population. As the factor well, the influence of the environment on the health of the population, it's a very timely issue. It's a very urgent issue, which is a part of many significant international agendas here. And the World Health Organization leads the effort of research and methodology here. WHO put together the regions that prioritize the policies to improve the condition of public health. Today, we have representatives of the network, but before introducing the speakers, I'd like to share one more idea. The cities, superstar cities. This is what we're talking about today at the Moscow Urban Forum. Distinguished experts, mayors of the city, are contemplating on what is a superstar city, which region, which city can claim to be a superstar. And the joint opinion is that it's not necessarily the city that shines brightly, that invites more residents, but it's also the city that can shine for a long time and continuously. The city that is thinking about the future. At the Economic Forum in St. Petersburg, we're talking about investments into different branches of city economies so that the city would deliver more income. And they're talking again and again that we're speaking about human potential. We're speaking about communities. We're talking about healthy communities. Those are investments that are not having the fastest return. Yes, it has 2 or 3 generation horizon of return, but still those cities that do make this long-term investment in a while get a very, very substantial return. Influx of people, retention of talent, and just citizens who care. Only those cities and regions that look far ahead can claim to be superstar cities or regions. I'd like to welcome today's participants. Let me introduce them. Coordinator of the WHO Network Regions for Health, Bettina Mine, Coordinator for WHO Regions for Health Network. Bettina, welcome. Good to meet you. Francesca Raccioppi, head of the WHO European Center for Environment and Health, welcome, and official representative of WHO in Russia, Melita Vojnovich. Good to have you. Melita, welcome. Also, today we have members of the Regions for Health Network. Overall, it's 28 countries and 40 regions. Mariana Diaka will be talking about the forthcoming practices of Wales. She's leading expert of public health in Wales. Mariana, welcome. From Sweden, talking about Västra Götaland, Elizabeth Bengtsson, Senior Public Health Advisor of the region. And Flandrias. Solveig, welcome. Policy Coordinator for International Health Issues of the Flanders Agency for Care and Health. Good to have you. And of course, we have Moscow, by all means. In a few minutes, we'll have the head of Department of Natural Resources Management and Environmental Protection of Moscow, Mr. Anton Kulbachevsky. At the moment, he's just concluding his presentation here at the forum. He'll be joining us very, very soon. Moscow is probably the youngest participant of the Regions for Health Network. Deputy Mayor Mr. Peter Birukov was talking about this today at the forum. And of course, we have one of the most respectable international experts for population health and epidemiology, Mr. Boris Revich. Mr. Revich, welcome. Boris, hi there. Yes, he represents the health, he's the head of Laboratory of Forecasting the Quality of the Environment and Public Health of the Institute of Economic Forecasting for the Russian Academy of Sciences. So, Boris, first question goes to you. How would you evaluate the significance of the factor that environment in its condition makes a sufficient impact of the population of the health? What is the degree of this impact in your opinion? So, therefore, if the impact is significant, how should that influence the policies and the decisions of the city administration? Yes, good day. Thank you for the invitation. I would actually point out this 20% impact. 30% impact of the overall 100 is a bit too much. And of course, air pollution is the major factor there. All of the heavy particles, PM, WHO created a significant database on the concentration of PM in different countries of the world. Unfortunately, only Moscow is on the list. That's a bit sad, because that's, of course, insufficient coverage, but that's the way it is. At a certain point, Moscow government spent quite a sufficient amount of investment and effort to create this very efficient system to monitor the condition of the air in the city. That is a joy. But there's also there's a number of disappointing points, because if we talk about global prevention of disease, we could say that air pollution is now making a worse impact in Moscow. But PM concentration in Moscow is going down gradually. That's a point, that's a reason to rejoice. But we are anticipating new conclusions of WHO regarding the quality of air, and I believe that there will be new benchmarks there to work to achieve. And the major source of the air pollution in Moscow is transportation. Road network in Moscow was not ready. It was not ready to the heavy traffic and its growth. But we have the new long-term program of the government of Moscow, and it improved already the situation radically. On the one hand, there's less pollution, and there are corresponding figures There are 20 territories in Moscow where they constantly make estimates of the air quality, specifically taking into account the transportation situation. The experts on transportation confirm that the risk to the health regarding air pollution has decreased by 11%. This is really, really good, I believe, and it's been achieved mainly thanks to the radical change of the structure of the urban mobility park and transportation park. There are much more vehicles corresponding to Euro 5 standard. And in addition to that, thanks to the effort of Moscow architects and the consultancy of our tremendous colleague from Copenhagen, Jan Gavel, the tremendous architect who presented the lecture yesterday as a star speaker. Thanks to their contribution, we've been able to transform the fabric of the streets of the city. The pedestrians are going back into the streets. Sidewalks became so much wider. Bettina has not been in Moscow for a while, but Bettina, if you arrived to Moscow today, you'd see that there are less parking spots, less vehicles in the streets, specifically in the center of the city. Of course, drivers are not that happy, but there's so much more space for pedestrians, which is ever significant. And by 30%, they decreased the number of fatalities due to car accidents. The colleague from New York yesterday at the forum said that in New York, there's a very ambitious goal to reduce the fatality of car accidents on the roads to zero. I don't know whether it's possible, but the goal is ambitious. We should also mention the micro-mobility, cycling and scooters. I believe that St. Petersburg went the wrong way. They prohibited e-scooters, but think about it. We should not prohibit them. We should search for the ways to interact. There should be some sort of local legislation there. Of course, this is the new source of mobility in the city. We need to figure it out instead of preventing, instead of canceling it out. Unfortunately, over 2 million people in Moscow live in excessive noise conditions, over 70 decibels. Of course, yes, Moscow has intensive traffic. That's the reason why. We should consider the risks there. Another problem, typical for megapolises, those groups of the populations which, the low mobility groups of the population. Melita, by the way, often talks about low mobility groups of the population. I believe that she's completely right. Of course, situation in Moscow, the number of gardens and parks and benches in Moscow has become so much greater, but it's not enough. We have not yet approached the figures of 15 to 20 minutes availability, accessibility of these sort of recreational spaces. The latest pandemic period researchers have identified that territories with greenery make a certain impact into the decrease of the amount of people with depression during a quarantine and lockdown, which is a tremendous psychological well-being and mental well-being problem in cities at the moment. And maybe the final point of mine, of course, these heat waves. Bettina knows how Moscow can be unpleasant during heat, especially you can recall the fires of the 2010, and there was another heat wave in Moscow last week, even hotter on average than we used to have. The average temperature was over 30 degrees. Sorry, it was over 23.5 for 5 days straight, which is especially hard during the pandemic. And over time, I believe that more and more territories will join this outstanding Regions for Health network. There's this beautiful region of Arkhangelsk in the north of Russia. Bettina knows this region well because she headed the project of WHO there on the strategy of adaptation of the healthcare to climate risks. And here I would directly address our colleagues from WHO. I yesterday sent a letter to Vladimir Kedrovsky, who is now in charge of climate risks. there's this new norm of the executive order of the government of the Russian Federation to adapt to climate change. Here's my request. Show us the best adaptation plan to the climate change, because when we were developing the action plan in Moscow for the heat during high air pollution, we actually borrowed the Paris plan of 2003. It helped us a lot. Of course, we would like to see certain similar plans, maybe from New York, maybe from London or other cities. Francesca, we need your help. We're waiting for the message from Vladimir. I hope you will give him a little bit of a push, because we need feedback from him. Of course, I cannot list all of the risks. Of course, accessibility is always an issue. But today at 4:15 Moscow time, I'll be talking with my colleague from Washington here, and we'll be discussing the pandemic, how the virus behaves in urban conditions. Thank you for your attention. Yes, Boris, thank you for setting the priorities for today's discussions. They are well reflected as the major targets for the cities. You have mentioned that Moscow is working tightly with WHO. Indeed, we had a significant analytical effort to research the PM influence, the heat wave influence. And since then, we have been working together ever more. In our analytics, we apply WHO methodology, and I do want to thank the official representatives of WHO in Russia, Melita Vainovich Melita. Please, the floor goes to you. Please. Evgenia, I hope that Anton will hear us. Dear colleagues, first and foremost, I'd like to thank you for the invitation to participate in Moscow Urban Forum. Indeed, WHO team and Moscow government team have been working together for quite a long time, but we've been picking up this cooperation for the issues of environment and public health, starting with September 2019, when we have signed this agreement on cooperation between Moscow and European Bureau of WHO. We've been actually agreeing on improving the quality of life and health of the population, taking into account the significance of the medical risks. I would like to establish right away that we see Moscow, which is a megapolis, and a superstar, and a region that is tightly connected to the surrounding region, Moscow. And the Moscow region is one whole thing. That's why Regions for Health network is so significant, because while we are exchanging experience, we can do this exchange on different levels. Practical interaction is ever more significant here. As Boris mentioned, Moscow has not wasted. It invested a lot of money into the non-medical system, which makes a direct income on sustaining health of the population and monitoring health of the population. We know that the factors of environment make a tremendous impact on the health of the population, particularly quality of the air, because let's see, what are the major environmental risks today, which increase mortality and sickness rate? That's majorly air quality. We have been discussing the influence of the climate. Yes, indeed, large cities mostly are the drivers of climate change, while being the major victims of the climate change. Now we acutely feel in 31 major European cities that WHO monitors, experience the chance that these heat waves will become more and more frequent. That's why it's a very important point that we must take into account.
So environment creates the main conditions to ensure the health of people. And yes, we see, but we want to see even more more of these urban elements that will change the environment. Because human created towns and human can make them much better. So they would look like wonderful regions that combine nature, green parks, water, green, blue territories that will affect each element of people's health and would also affect on their mental health. This is a huge trigger for other diseases. And of course, low mobility is a very important topic that I always talk about. I would like to say that currently WHO is actively cooperating with our two technical departments, Center of Environment, and I thank Francesca for joining us today, and Center of European Diseases that is located in Moscow. And this connection between businesses, environment, urban planning, all this together is here. And not only that we can do the analysis, but we can tell the people why it is important, how it affects their life, because sometimes to make something with the health, well, people resist to it. Yeah, and during the pandemic, we saw that when interference was needed, restrictions to public health were taken as restrictions of personal freedoms. And I'm hopeful that our cooperation with the Region for Health, and I thank Bettina for joining us. They have such amount of experience, enthusiasm, will and resources that we can beat this defining moment that will help the world to stop climate change, to stop temperature increase, to decrease the pollution. Because the pollution in large cities affects not only the temperature but the waste and a lot of other things. These are huge elements that should be taken into account. I hope that together we can do this and we will demonstrate that the most important is political determination, will, coordination mechanism on the highest level and at all levels of coordination. We need to understand that every step of ours affects health. Some steps have positive effect, others negative. And the balance should be, of course, in positive, not at the zero or negative side. Thank you very much. I hope our meeting will go great. My team is here. I would like to say that Olga Manukhina, I thank her. She made the work possible for us. I thank you all very much. I wish you all good luck and good health. Dear Melita, thank you very much. Dear speakers, I have one more function, which is the monitor the schedule and timeline, because we have limited time and I need to make sure that no one is switched off too early. So please make sure your speech is within 5 minutes. And I would like to give the floor to Francesca Racciopi, who represents Office in Bond, who works on the study of interconnection of factors of environment and health of population. Francesca, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, and thanks, spasiba bolshoi, for this invitation. It is a great pleasure for me to be today. And I think that when it comes to the 5 minutes, it's going to be very quick, because between Boris and Melita, they said it all. So what I will try to do in the next 4 minutes, 3 minutes perhaps, is just to wrap it up and in a way to bring together the elements that have just been discussed. When we are speaking of cities, the thing that makes everything so complex and so difficult is that they are a dynamic context. The moment you are acting on them, they have already moved forward, responding to new opportunities and new challenges and so on. So what we are seeing is that they are a dynamic environment and they are constantly reshaped and modified by the multiple drivers that act upon at the same time. You have economic pressures that go together with development pressures that follow and interact with the demographic changes that we see with the pandemics or non-communicable diseases, epidemics, movements of people, and climate and environmental change. So we are trying, and as a policymaker, so we are trying to address this, and it is a huge challenge. Boris, many thanks for your intervention because you have already touched upon some of the most important entry points for action for us. And one of the defining points here is also that what we are trying to do when we are working with the regions, when we are working with cities, is to create opportunities to also reduce and address the gaps which exist and the difference and the socioeconomic inequalities, looking at them, of course, from the environmental and health perspective, because we know that very often it is the most disadvantaged groups who are also those who are suffering most from adverse exposures. So the entry points that we have identified in our practice cover and address the urban environments and transport. The urban planning and mobility, they are two coins, the two sides of the same coin. They go hand in hand. And this has been a big issue in the past because very often urban developments took place regardless of their integration with the mobility needs. And this is something that globally we are trying to redress. Housing conditions, they have come to the fore now during the pandemic. How many people have tried to move to their dacha or elsewhere because they had to spend much more time confined in a space? And when you live in a small apartment, which all of a sudden is not just the place to consume your meals and to sleep, but becomes the place where you must work, you must educate your children, you must have leisure time, and you may even have to cover for someone who may fall ill. So again, a new focus on housing, the housing needs that we have. The basic services, water, sanitation, and hygiene, the prevention of injuries, and also this relates, for example, to the transport system. How can we promote active mobility, more cycling and more walking without taking more people to the hospitals because they are, victims of crash and accidents. And then, of course, the working and environmental conditions. And then let me just focus for a second on what has been, I call it the black swan. Many people may disagree with me because many of the epidemiologists, they say, you cannot say this was to be unexpected. There were signs and we were telling people that we had to be prepared to something happening because we have been tampering too much with the nature, we have been living too close to wilderness, we have been creating the conditions that promote deadly zoonotic diseases. But in a way, I believe that the sheer size of this, the speed at which this has worked, and the complexity of addressing it, we can call it really the black swan.
Уважаемая Франческа, я прошу прощения.
Dear Francesca, I apologize. When your time limit will be to finish, I will just call your name. I will just say Francesca. So if you could make it within 1 minute, that would be great. Thank you, Francesca. At the end of our round table, I will give you the information that will make it better for us, make it easier, because next time we'll have opportunity to discuss everything properly. But now, sorry, I would like to move on. And as I said, that Moscow joined the Regions for Health last year, and today we have the head of WHO of Region for Health, Bettina Mene. Bettina, we're very happy to congratulate you on your appointment, and I would like to ask you a question. How do you feel the pulse of those regions from viewpoint of goal setting and priorities that the government of the regions sets as the key and pivotal?
Bettina, you are muted.
Now, is it fine now? Do you hear me now? Yes. Super. So what I wanted to say is actually, first of all, thanks very much for giving this opportunity and for the question you have. I think the Regions for Health are an optimal space for actually discussing and moving the issues forward. Not only the regions, but also the connection with the Healthy Cities movement. The so-called, what is a superstar, as you were telling it, this is actually where people can move safe, where there is preparedness and response for emergencies planned much in advance, where they can exert full well-being and have proper access to health care, what we call universal health coverage. So these would be, for me, the three factors which would be making up the highest standard of life possible either within a city or a region. So just to get back to the original presentation I was asked to hold, we are now 40 regions in 26 countries. And the goals are really acting together on tackling the key problems the regions are facing. So Moscow region, for example, selected to work on environment and health factors, as we could hear from Francesca, and we hope in our next session to hear more even in details. Other regions have selected, for example, more to work on equity, or other regions have been selecting to work more on health care improvement. So therefore, the goals of the network are really common sharing of information making and the best practices of innovation available so that we can learn from each other. Unfortunately, I have a problem in moving the slides. Just a second, please, because I wanted to show you a bit more. Just a moment, I'll try again. So what I wanted also to show is that this network actually has a very, no, it doesn't work. Yes, here we are. So this network has also a very long history. It started in 1992, and we have gone through 3 phases of work depending on the global and the regional policy developments. And within this, as I said, different regions have selected different items to work on based on the priorities and shared those experiences, the best practices with the other regions. Like Boris was saying before, I would like to see the New York Heatwave Action Plan or other issues which I could be learning from in order to use in Moscow, or the Moscow experience could be shown to other countries and other regions to highlight how things could be done. So that's one of the real essential added values. As I said, from 1992, we had 11 members. We are now almost 40. The number 40 is under negotiation. And as number 39, Moscow region joined us in September 2019. So what are we planning to do next? First, let me make here the black swan, Francesca, you were saying this. I mean, we cannot in this year move ahead without taken into account the impacts of COVID on both the environment system and on our economic development. We are still in some areas in the middle, and there's booming up in some areas to come. And we as regions, last year, for example, hold 42 training COVID NARs, we call them, in order on all possible aspects. And we plan to continue this year to focus on some of also the COVID issues so that we ensure learning and we can properly answer to the questions with our best experts on board. And the next, so as I was saying before, when the slides were not moving, so citizens expect access to the highest quality of care, expect to be safe, and expect to live in a healthy environment. So these are the queries we are having, all of us, at the highest level of the government, as well as the level of the highest level of the region, or at the level of the citizens. This is where our mayors play their seat, our regional ministers, where we have them play their seats, and our ministers play their seats. So let us keep this as superstars conditions in our mind. Now, where do we want to plan to go? So the first issue is I'm extremely grateful by being here today, but also for following up our discussion for the next annual meeting to be held remotely, with then having a face-to-face meeting, hopefully in 2022. But it should be really about highlighting our needs, our region needs, the city needs, to other partners, and cross-fertilization of the experiences. This is number one. And the second one, the sharing of best practice solutions as the second point in our efforts. And I'm very much looking forward to further discuss with Moscow, and I'm extremely grateful for Madame, I don't know whether I pronounce it well, Semutnikova? No, Semutnikova. I know your accent is on the end. And for hosting and sharing this meeting, and for the follow-up discussion we are going to have, including further in-depth discussion, not only discussion, but action on environment and health aspects. And Boris, I will never forget 2010, when I was with you in Moscow for the heatwave pandemic, and the difficulty of advising people when you had very hot and heavy smoke, 40 degrees outside, you couldn't open your window, etc., 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 where the smoke was coming in and the temperatures were unbearable, and you had so many people with cardiovascular diseases, underlying causes, etc., etc. And what do we tell the people? What do we say so that you save people in time? And this is why the importance on climate change.
Уважаемая Беттина.
Dear Bettina, I have to interrupt you. I share your confidence that we will hold seminars in Moscow. We plan to have this meeting arranged. Mr. Kolbachensky will talk about this. And now we turn to regions. And the first region is Wales. Mariana, can you hear me? In 2015, a law was adopted with a wonderful name about well-being of future generation, which implies a whole number of interdisciplinary measures about the needs of which I have discussed before. Please tell us how the programs of your regions will be transformed, considering the goals of this law. And Marianne, unfortunately, I have to ask you to make your conversation within 4 minutes.
Okay. Добрый день. It's an honor to be part of this forum, and I'll try very quickly to outline some of the Welsh approaches which might be useful, and then we can discuss further, hopefully, in our joint meetings as part of the Regions for Health network. As you mentioned, we have this Wellbeing of Future Generations Act, which has 7 well-being goals, which reflect the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Sustainable Development Goals. But in addition to that, the Wellbeing Act is it is very important, but it's only an umbrella, an overarching act, and we have specific legislation following it around environment and public health and the socio-economic duty related to social determinants of health. Another mechanism implementing the Wellbeing Act has been the creation of public service boards, where stakeholders from different organizations and services, including public health, but also transport, environment, education, and so on, can sit together around the table on a local or regional level and discuss what would be the best interventions and policies for the local population, for the communities, in order to keep them healthy and happy and prosperous. And very quickly to outline the role of our WHO Collaborating Center on Investment for Health and Wellbeing, which is part of our National Institute of Public Health Wales. So we designated this Collaborating Center 2018 on investment for health and well-being and equity. And the Regions for Health Network has been instrumental into this designation, working closely with the office in Venice, in Bonn, in Copenhagen, and looking into new solutions, into new methods and approaches, how to improve health and well-being, and also looking into the co-benefits of different public health interventions, for example, green interventions. What are the co-benefits for health, for communities, for the overall economy, and also for the environment? So we use, for example, a social value and a social return on investment approach and digital solutions to going forward to see how we can advise and help and support partners across Wales and organizations in our government in taking these more sustainable solutions and looking into the well-being of future generations. Thank you very much. Спасибо большое.
Mariana, огромное спасибо.
Mariana, thank you. As a matter of fact, this experience of inter-sector interaction would be super exciting to talk about in detail, but sadly, we have to transition. So let me, with great pleasure, introduce the next region, Sweden, Västra Götaland. This is the region which includes Göteborg, one of the cities that created one of the first energy-efficient centers of the city. Overall, Sweden is the country where they have come up for the first time with the low-emission zone idea. And this practice was borrowed by so many countries. So, Elizabeth Benson, handing over the floor to you. Elizabeth, can you tell us about the region? I know that the average longevity in the region is the highest, and the expected length of life is also the highest in your region. So what made that impact? Can you tell about this in more detail?
Thank you very much, Evgenia, and thank you for inviting me to share some experience from our region. Yes, Västra Götaland is a big region and is also a big organization responsible for the entire public health and health services in this geographical area surrounding Gothenburg on the west coast of Sweden. But this region has also very important mandatory responsibility, and that is to act as a driver for regional development. So the region has just adopted a new regional development strategy that leads up to 2030 and is completely in line with the UN Sustainable Development Goals and has its focus, of course, on local priorities. And based on this strategy and under its umbrella, there has been goals for environment and social sustainability developed. These goals will jointly and intertwined develop and improve the Västra Götaland's main assignment within both the health sector, but also the public transport, the regional development, and the culture sector. there has been measurable targets been set and indicators have been developed in order to make sure that our activities will be heading for the right goals. I can specify and clarify a little bit what this means. And if we look at the 3 overall environmental goals, they will also be relating to reducing environmental health risks. The 3 main goals are, one is our products and material are resource efficient and non-toxic. And you can find targets under that goal that says that we need to work on decreased impact on the environment from drugs and pharmaceutical products, for example. The next second goal is that our direct greenhouse gas emissions will have to decrease. And under that target, you'll find, as we heard here earlier, you find sustainable travels and fossil-free transports. And under the third target, which is we will use sustainable ecosystem services and promote biodiversity, we will find targets and goals like food and food production that promote biodiversity. So what can we do in order to implement these goals and targets? Well, there are several mechanisms within the organization of Västra Götaland. And one is, of course, a very systematic environmental management system. And it has the international standard of ISO 14001, and that has been introduced. And the vision is that the entire organization, which is very big, and all its parts will be certified or at least have received a diploma by year 2030. We also have environmental impact assessments, and they are carried out on every major decision that is made by the regional commission. And we have ambassadors in all departments, and they are specifically trained to coordinate the work on these goals and targets. So they are embedded in the entire organization. This is a very complex situation to explain all the targets and all the goals, but I think I will stop here. But please let me stress again that the fact that these environmental goals I have been mentioning, they are also very much linked to the social sustainability goals and the targets that are relating to health and specifically health equity in order to leave no one behind. So thank you very much for your attention. Spasiba. And I will put in the chat the link to the English version of our newly developed and newly adopted regional development strategy for those who are interested to learn some more, and then you can learn about the details of this strategy. So thank you very much. Spasiba.
Elizabeth, thank you very much for being so concise, but yet so full with your presentation. We'll definitely follow the link. And I'm very certain that we'll have a chance to talk about your strategy, your regional strategy in more detail, because this is the highlight of efficiency. Now let's go to Flanders, beautiful Flanders of Belgium. This region is again ambitious. Every citizen of Flanders will be healthier by 2025, every single one. That's the policy, that's the statement. We do realize that in order to implement that, it's important to change not only the measures and policies, but also the mindset and number of policies in all of these spheres of economy. So Madam Solveig Wallin, can you tell us about the implementation of this ambitious goal? What have you been able to do and plan to do in the future?
Yes, I will definitely try to explain a bit more about it, but I think when I can start by saying that Flanders has a long-standing tradition of using multi-annual health goals, just the way that the WHO has defined it. And this one is, of course, the last one, and like you say, it's very ambitious. Hopefully, there is now an intermediate evaluation ongoing. We'll see what the result will be. But when this goal was set up, or better, when the whole program was set up, the idea was to leave behind the disease-specific health goals or the condition-specific health goals, but rather to focus on where people are living, how people are living, and everything that is surrounding the life of the people. And maybe to come back to the environmental issue, is that I can illustrate one of the methods that we use in order to hopefully to bring this the health of our Flemish citizens to a higher level in 2025, but that probably also longer term. And we've just finished in 2020, but unfortunately, of course, due to COVID, the follow-up of this new program is going to take a little bit longer. And we are working with human biomonitoring campaigns and programs in Flanders. You need to know that although you speak about Moscow as a city, in fact, Flanders is a city. We are so densely populated that we consider ourselves really as a city. So it's very interesting to listen to what you are experiencing in Moscow, but I think it's the same although we are called a region as Flanders. And just to highlight the three central themes in this the fourth one, human biomonitoring program, and that is called Green Space, which is not so much available in Flanders as we would like to see, the interior environment, and the pesticide food. I'm not going to dwell too long on all of this, but anyway, it's like Bettina mentioned, it would be very nice to be able to further discuss all this and to bring in my colleagues who are real experts on this theme. Thank you very much.
Solveig.
Solveig, thank you so much. We would love to learn in more detail about your program. We do believe that today's presentations are sort of the highlights, the announcements that evoke the interest of corresponding experts who research the correlation between environment condition and health condition of the population. So thank you for giving this another significant highlight and the source of interest. But now I would like to introduce Anton Kulbachevsky, the head of Department of Natural Resources Management and Environmental Protection of Moscow, the representative of Moscow government in U20 International Organization. Anton, the floor goes to you. Dear friends, dear colleagues, welcome. Thank you for being with us today. We truly appreciate it. Thank you for being at the 10th anniversary forum. Indeed, I've been in the Sabanians team for over 10 years as a head ecologist. Moscow is a very, very complicated megapolis. So let me tell you briefly about how we've been working together and why we are joining the Regions for Health network. Recently, only in 2019, but we are very grateful for the invitation. We accepted the invitation consciously. Moscow implements a number of programs, openly and actively integrating new practices. Therefore, we have a number of things to share as the members of the network. Being ecologists, we build our policies when the health is the priority. We've been doing this a lot for a while because, of course, all of our efforts are meant for the people. And here, if, for example, 20 years, when we only actively began building the monitoring system, one of the main missions was to collect data to calculate the exposure of the population. Now, the system covers the entire city, and we're measuring based on the type of the territory automatically and continuously. That is why there is the entire analytical complex available in the real time to forecast risks and plan corresponding measures of prevention. For that sort of forecast, we are researching and using methodology of WHO. Our specialists have trained joining the workshops of WHO. Also, we've been mentioning today the non-medical factors that made a contribution into the health and well-being of the population. You're mentioning quality of air and PM content as a major risk. And I'd like to say that particularly in this domains we're seeing certain improvements. In the recent years, we reduced the concentration by 27%. And gradually, we've been working with all of the sources. Today, we're using modern ways to clean roads, improve territories. We're making our city more green. and planting grass. Public transportation will soon become only electrical. We're almost not using coal in the city for heat supply. We're also developing alternative sources of power. Yes, PM is about risks. A few words about bonuses for health. Yesterday, Milita mentioned that, and today's attendees were talking about this. Green public spaces and nature make a difference. I mention them separately because both types of the territory are specific and they work differently. It's been proven by experts that the level of ecosystem services of the natural nature, sorry for the tautology, is of a large benefit. We have a lot of natural greenery in Moscow, which is improving the humidity condition. That's also the matter of psychological comfort. Let me mention briefly that in Moscow, we're improving the situation with physical activities of the population. We have created infrastructure for doing over 22 different sports. There is a bike hiring system and e-scooter hiring system, rent systems. We are revitalizing industrial areas with greenery and residential housing. Certain former factories are becoming green parks, like Park Pechatniki. And by the end of the presentation, I would like to say a few words of address to Bettina. I'm very happy that we met. I'm very happy that Moscow can now get a lot of knowledge and experience from WHO. We've been using your methodologies and your practices. Russian experts are tremendously interested. So thank you for continuing working with us. I would like to confirm once more that we are ready to host annual meetings of the WHO in Moscow. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you for participating. Let us meet. Let us communicate as much as it is possible today with this modern life. Thank you. Anton, thank you so much. Dear friends, we have been really good with timing. Such a well-organized team. We even have 2 minutes to spare, so the hosts of the forum are happy. So I'd like to say a few words to conclude. 4 regions today briefly and concisely presented their programs about targets for the development. There are a few specifics. All of the programs are complex. All of the programs are multidisciplinary, and all of them have end-to-end goals to improve public health. As a matter of fact, the regions today are building the vectors for the economies of every particular industry, because in every sphere of economy, now we evaluate the efficiency of the measures based on the figures regarding public health and quality of the environment. This is very significant, and we are all making a contribution into achieving this result. And once more, I'd like to continue Bettina's idea and Anton's point. I'd like to say once more that in November this year, we'll have a chance to invite so many more regions to participate in Moscow, online and offline, by the way, as much as pandemic affords us. And we'll have a chance to talk in more detail about our programs, projects, and results. I see that you have so much to share, and you're willing to do that. Thank you. We shall definitely notify all of the regions via Bettina, and we'll find the convenient time and the best format to host our additional seminars. For those who have been listening for us today, this hour has been precious. This is a good announcement of what the K can find out today and in more detail in November. So I'd like to thank all of the participants of our roundtable. See you again online as soon as possible and hopefully offline. Thank you for being with us today. Goodbye. Good day, everyone. Welcome. Good to see you. My name is Sonia Elterman. I'm the media director for Strelka Institute. Today I'll be moderating the number of speakers, and the first one amongst them, this outstanding person today with us. And this is one of the people who is changing cities, the faces of the cities on the daily basis, teaching us to see the cities in a different light. Welcome, Laura Spinadel and Bianca from Bas Architecture Bureau. They are glorious for their master plans of Matadero in Buenos Aires, the Medical University of Grazia campus, and Vienna Economic University campus. All of their designs are specific, innovative, and highly technological. One of the major tools of their work is their well-known urban menu platform, with a software that helps to put together the vision for the project and design scenarios to use territories based on 3D visualizations. So the experts can actually put themselves into the shoes of all kinds of citizens and stakeholders, understanding how to adapt to the territory. Laura, Bianca, good to have you. Welcome. Good day.
Thank you, Sonia. My present, because we are searching all the time to answer to solutions to that what the society need and want to resolve for their spaces for life. Perhaps we can start with my presentation. For me, it's very important that we think systematic, that we think considering all the stakeholders involved and considering the impact that each change will produce. When we see where I am, I'm in Vienna, a really beautiful city, and a lot of people in Vienna and in the world want to come back to this belle epoque, to this perfect world. And if you cannot go back, you go high, like in New York, and you try to forget the dirty reality that is behind you. We see the same in other kind of projects in Asia, where the beautiful things try to resolve the problems with a distance to reality. And these are the images in this pandemic time. Cities without problems, without conflicts, without cars, and with fantastic nature and happy people. Or in some cases, autonomic urban communes. But we can go on and have cookies in the sea to be far away from the dirty reality. The next step, of course, are the cities in the cosmos, because it's easier to go to new planets that perhaps to resolve our problems in our planet. And what I see in the reality is that people need us. People need answer, and the young people need a lot of answer, because we are destroying our planet. And it's not possible to think that I can create spaces for life if I do not consider this time, this spirit of our time. And our time is in the level of the children, in the level of the young people, a time that need and want cooperation. And with our master plan for the VU campus, we develop a project where cooperation between different interests, different perspectives and point of views bring us to create alliances that give us the possibility to have urban miracles. Because normally, some people decide what happened, but nobody think about all the topics that define the impact that a problem will have. Working for economists in this case, they wanted from me, and for me it was normal that I integrate from the beginning to the end all these goals. That means that the master plan energy, for example, we have to think 30–50% our money from the architecture go in technique. And we do not think about it at the beginning, a system. And I believe that we have to redefine our work, integrating the technique, integrating the community, like here the workers at the site, construction, fence, or the inclusion of participation in all the process to have the right appropriation when we start after the opening. The big evolution of our method was this campus view in Vienna, where 30,000 people come to a neighborhood from 100,000 people, and it must be a success at the first day. And the process was very interesting because I decided to work with the community in this game mode of realization, and the master plan define a setting but not restrictions. That means if the conventional process in a lot of cases define the project without society, in our case we integrate at the beginning of the developing of the project the different point of views, the different interests. They are really very different, but the consensus let a project grow. It's not important that we have different dreams. It's okay, but when we have to resolve one place for a specific situation and community, we have to try to bring all people together to define the direction. And this is what our urban management make with a methodic, with a process. And all the opinions are possible because this is a web-based tool to visualize all these options that different people want from his own future, not normal people. In a lot of cases you have politics, administration, investors, developers, eco-freaks with very, very different positions. And we have to bring them together. And the most important thing is freedom to choose your own reality at the beginning. And this reality could have different combinations when you begin to deal with the other interest. And how to find the solution? If you deal with the other interest, we have the impact analysis for each scenario that each person decides that is the best with a method, a holistic method, because all the objects of one cell have parameters, and these parameters are included in very, very holistic algorithms. That means each scenario have the impact analysis, including sustainable development goals, the 17, and not only that from the architecture, because we are talking about developing of the society. We are including the quantitative analysis with 5 categories that we invent, happiness, security, innovation, profitability, and circularity, because we think that each decision has an impact, but to compare the different scenarios, you must talk about topics that people understand, a politician or an administrator or an economist. Nobody wants to make a business where people are unhappy. And in this process of compare the impact analysis of different scenarios in a really dynamic way, you can bring together topics like mobility for the next 50 years with a change of paradigm between different representatives of the city, of the administration, of the politic, to think about the future of mobility and public space. Or like we make in Itmo Hyberg, all the development of the startups scene in this case, we thought it could be very, very interesting to integrate the startups in a system and to give them the possibility of completely freedom for their production. We work with this method to bring all the city of Krems from the little circle of powerful men and women to all the city for develop the riverside of the Danube, because they want with sport and free time activities to recover the young people for the city. Or at the Biennale di Venezia, where we work with teachers that have the question how to teach young people to use public space. Our last work is our work in Ukraine, where we develop a big project of changing the economy of 3 months to all-year economy with tourist activities and health. And it was very, very interesting to integrate national, regional, and local level to define with what paradigm they want to build their future. The last one that I want to show you from all the a lot of projects that we have done with this method is how to develop a new sub-center with private investors that want to make money in a historical city, where we try with the analysis and the goals and the question that we have at the beginning to define the status quo, to talk with all the person of a community, in this case the example of Koblevo, with all these people, in what direction are their dreams? And this status quo is the beginning to have an objective level what problems a city have. And the specific analysis of our method give to all these people a basis of discussion. And of course, all the people want safety streets for childs. Is not the point that they are discussing, or profitability. And to talk with this openness about future scenarios that you can at the beginning have, because all the futures are possible. And what paradigm for tourists was the way to bring all these people together and to develop a setting of elements that they choose to decide in this end workshop in what direction they want their development. And it was very, very interesting, because with this method and the impact analysis in each moment, they choose really the most innovative possibility of the scenarios. I've never had the possibility in this short time as architect alone to convince national, regional and local level with this kind of innovation. And they have now a future that they want to realize in all levels, and there are building strategies, alliances for the different steps that they will start in different levels. With this method, we start now 4 big projects in India, and I show you this organigram because it's easy. It's easy to integrate the society and in a smart city design process. You only have to decide that you want to play from the inside to have a win-win situation with the reality. To understand what we are talking about, we decide to show you our productive city. This is a prototypical city where we have 3 scenarios of the different interests that the people want at the beginning. One scenario with main interest ecology, where the innovation is very low. One scenario with the main interest urbanity, where the circularity is very low. And the last scenario of 3 prototypical scenarios is with the main interest density with a low happiness for the community. Bianca will show you now what we are doing, and I hope you will enjoy our other menus in life.
Yes, thank you, Laura. I will switch now to my presentation. So I will present a hypothetical case of using our tool Urban Menus in a decision-making process. And as Laura mentioned, our tool is an adaptable 3D web tool and training program for participative and impact-oriented urban planning. So right now you already can see our tool, and we are looking now at the first vision that Laura showed, the one with the aquaculture facility, where the stakeholders involved in this process are thinking about production and what kind of ecological production might facilitate more work in this place. And I am changing now one of the parameters in the upper right corner of the tool, just 1 second. And we can then immediately see how the future of this part of the city might look like. So I am switching now to the second vision that you saw, the one with the public square, where you have green islands with hammocks and where the street could be converted into a shared space with seating. And this vision is more strongly linked to social exchange. So there are more places to meet, there is more urban life. And now I am changing to the third vision, which is a semi-public space with an expo, where you see also the buildings are higher, there is a focus on profitability and on the economic use of this plot. And I can zoom in on these visions to see them closer, so from a pedestrian view. So everybody involved in the process can better understand them. I am switching again to the second vision, or again to the first one, to the one with the more green. Or I can zoom out on these visions to see them more clear, as this process might also spread further and include more stakeholders. So it might include more stakeholders from the surroundings. So alliances are formed for more win-win situations for as many participants as possible. So how could the decision be in this case? How could these visions work together that I'm showing? As they are so different, does the stakeholders in this process want so different developments? And as the tool allows us to visualize and analyze these different combinations. So the tool is the basis for discussion, is here for allowing the stakeholder to experiment, to see different combinations of these visions, sometimes very unexpected combinations of visions, in order to find a common one. So in order to find consensus, a space where all people and persons involved want to live, work, invest, or spend time. But as Laura mentioned, the tool is not here only for showing the visions and options of everybody involved, but also to use evaluations in order to create transparency regarding the effects of the decision. So every stakeholder in a process understands what he or she is deciding. So if I'm switching right now to our report, which is a PDF, you can download at any time during this process from the tool. You can see what the stakeholders chose in this case that we just shown. As you have the different screenshots of the tool and the decisions that they have taken. So they chose to have aquaponics as a sustainable and profitable production system. They chose to have a square to meet, as that was one of the visions, to have meeting spaces and to spend time outside. And also the analysis shows us that they chose different elements that lead to a very high innovation in this area. So innovation in the city does not only mean production, but also availability of public transport, enough air cooling surface, a variety of facilities for leisure, for children, for elderly, variety in the working sectors, or different attractors. And using this analysis and these topics that you see right here, the users can efficiently obtain impact information concerning their different urban visions. It allows all stakeholders involved to understand the effects and derive a consensus on a clear and balanced future scenario. As the aim of our tool is to create urban spaces that work, so for inhabitants and for other users. Thank you for your attention, and we are looking forward to any questions.
Laura Bianca, спасибо большое.
Laura Bianca, thank you very much. You have presented the perfection of participatory planning in Russia. We are just in the beginning of this road, and we are learning to take into account different scenarios. However, urban menu seems a very holistic tool. My question is how much your tool allows to take into account social inequality. Does it give voice to underappreciated groups of population? How does it work in this regards?
I think the most important thing is to build trust. And the first point is to build a trust with powerful people. The society, I don't like to bring expectation to the society without a solid basis. And this is the reason why I think at the first moment we have to work with the decision makers, with the politics, with the state administration in all that levels, because ecology, culture, economy, urbanity are really so different point of views, and to bring all together in a direction and have different possibilities that resolve this consensus to create alliances must be the first step. I don't like to go to the people on the street, show them beautiful dreams and images without the possibility that they could grow. This first step is the step with decision makers. The second step, when the possible different direction are defined, is to integrate more stakeholders. When you integrate all the community, I don't know, in Krems, I show you Krems, they integrate at the end all the city. In Koblevo, in the Ukraine, they integrate all the city after a process of powerful men and women deciding what direction is the best in all levels to develop the city fragment. I was last week in a discussion in Ranepa, and the topic was trust. And I have the impression in Russia you have power and people. And this is not the solution, because the dialogue must begin with the powerful people that know that something must change. We all have pandemic in the world, and we have to create new instruments to work together.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we do not have much time for large dialogue. That was an incredibly interesting presentation. And I believe our audience will be able to watch it once again at the website of Moscow Urban Forum. Have a good day and all the best.
Thank you, Sonia. Thank you, Moscow Urban Forum, for this great invitation.
Thank you.
До свидания.
Goodbye.
Добрый день, дорогие зрители.
Hello, dear audience. I'm the chief editor of Strelka magazine, and today we'll be talking about walking around the city, how to make us, the citizens, to walk more. It's an open secret that to maintain good health, one needs to walk at least 2.5 hours every day. And response to this could be city planning, the way cities are organized, how big is the pavement, and there are companies who provide advice to the towns as to how to make city more adaptable for the pedestrians. And today with me is Bronwyn Thornton, the founder of Walk21. This company has been providing recommendations to towns and helping them to make such master plans in order to account for the interest of pedestrians, to increase the areas where people could walk. And we will discuss today what challenges the company sees for the towns, how to improve urban infrastructure, what trends in this area exist. Bronwyn, the floor is yours. I'm happy to welcome you. I will be very happy to listen to your presentation.
Thank you very much, and thank you indeed for the invitation to speak to the Moscow Urban Forum. I am very disappointed not to be joining you in person. I've enjoyed very much looking at the streets of Moscow from my desk here in the UK. And I'm inspired by what I see. So I'm sorry not to be enjoying walking around your streets. Next slide, please. So just by way of introduction, I actually can't see my slide, so I'm going to trust that you have the second slide up. The title of my slide is Walking Around the City, How to Support 10,000 Steps a Day in a Mega City. Ah, great. Thank you so much. That's excellent. I can see that now. So let me tell you first a little bit about Walk21, who we are and what we do, and then we can talk about walking in a mega city. So next slide, please. At Walk21, we were formed in the year 2000, and we started as a conference series, and the ball rolled from there, and we've had a conference ever since, international conference in lots of different countries, and expanded as the walking movement and the demand and attention on walking has expanded, and we represent walking on the global stage. So we work with World Health Organization, UN Environment, UN Habitat, and we work with them on some of these global agendas, as well as the conference series. And we work with cities to improve. We've been working with the city of Hong Kong, where they already walk a lot, to look at how we can improve the walkability in Hong Kong. And we seek to engage stronger political commitment with the International Charter for Walking, as well as better citizen input to how our streets are designed through our walkability app. And we run training, we have resources and a network, and a knowledge library from all those conferences all these years. So we welcome you to come and explore the Walk21 website and find some of these resources and stay in touch with us through the network. So next slide, please. Let's talk about what is walkability. Like everyone talks about, we need to be able to walk, and in many places in the world, people walk because they don't have a choice. So people haven't created beautiful walking environments, they walk out of necessity. But what is walkability? And we use this definition at the moment, albeit there is always discussion about what that means. And the critical elements in this definition is walkability is the extent to which the built environment supports and encourages walking, not just is a space where people can walk, but it actually encourages people walking by providing for comfort and safety. And then the critical other element here is within a reasonable time and effort. How reasonable is it to ask people, how far should we expect them to walk? We just had another call where we were talking about, oh, it's too hot, it's too wet, it's too cold. Well, everyone always has a reason about what effort is required, it's too hilly. And so this is what we need to think about when we're imagining and enabling people to walk in our communities. And the last elements in that definition is offering visual interest in journeys throughout the network. And when we're talking about asking people to walk 10,000 steps a day in a mega city, we have to be thinking also about that visual interest to make it enjoyable. Next slide, please. So what is a walkable city? A walkable city is a city that supports all these people that walking already and invites more short distances to be walked by people who have a choice to motorize. The research shows that people will actually choose alternative modes of travel if walking is not cared for, is not valued, is not provided for. And what is walkable at a city scale when we're thinking about a mega city? Because walking is a local short distance experience, and it's been undervalued because it's a local short distance experience, because our transport systems has veered towards longer distances, bigger systems. People love to design highways and build bridges and big complex metro systems. But these systems, they all need walking to thrive at the local level. And this is what I want to talk about more as we go. And I've talked already about the necessity, but when you start looking at cities where people have to walk, it's not just in poorer countries, but some of the growing cities in Asia, the Hong Kongs and Singapores, are recognizing it's critical to underpin their other transport systems with really good walking environments, because they can't afford for people not to walk, not to access their public transport or to operate locally. So we need to think about how we support walking in our cities. How do we manage it, encourage it, and make it as safe and as attractive as possible? Next slide, please. So let's touch quickly on the 10,000 steps a day idea. And this is the World Health Organization's, this is sort of the headline, how much do we need to walk? And I know whenever people put on pedometers, they suddenly start pacing around the office to try and get their the number of steps that they've taken that day higher up. But at a city perspective, we can build in those steps without people even realizing it, because the research shows that neighborhoods that support walking, neighborhoods that are activity friendly, induce more walking and increase people's physical activity levels by 48 to 89 minutes per week. And the critical factors that we know that make this difference is residential density, the number of public transport stops that people can access, the number of street intersections, so that's the permeability of the urban environment, and the number of parks within walking distance of people's homes. These are the things that enable people to choose to walk and to increase the value of that effort in the health of their environments. And what's also interesting with walking is that the investment in walking and cycling as well, environments, has been identified by the World Health Organization as a critical factor for improving global physical activity and thus our general health and well-being, including our mental health. So building in walkability, creating active neighborhoods is a critical part of that. So let me touch, next slide please. Let me touch on this idea in the mega city, because people always say it's too far to walk, I've got too much to carry, I've got too many things to do. But when you look at a walking journey, if you invite people to walk from their front door and you see that public transport is a journey extender, so they've walked to the public transport, they've taken public transport, and then they walk at the other end of that, and we measure those different journeys, then we enable people to have walking as their primary mode, even in a long distance city like a mega city like in Moscow. And I'll come to the public transport later in my slides, but I picked up the quote on this slide from a website talking about the expat experience in Moscow, and they all talked about how much they both loved the walking around the city, but also how much they found the city was incredibly accessible due to the metro that Moscow has. And what's also interesting with the metro, you're famous for how beautiful your stations are. And I find that so inspiring, because if we want people to feel valued, like, think about how luxurious and beautiful cars are these days. Think about how we've invested in highways. And this is the same style of investment in our public transport systems. And investing in that on our streets communicates the same sense of value and priority to people on foot. And you're doing that in Moscow, and you have that infrastructure there already. So let's talk about, from a Walk 21 perspective, next slide please, our vision for a walkable city. And we have captured this in 3 core elements. The first one is that it's really important to retain the people who are walking already. it's critical that we protect them in terms of their road safety from any dangers on the street. And the final one that is essential is that we enable people to walk more by improving their accessibility and their comfort. Next slide, please. So retaining people walking is a critical factor, and this requires understanding how many people are walking already, because usually more people walking or less people walking is not recognized within statistics because we're not measuring and counting people correctly. So it's really critical that we measure those short journeys, those local journeys, as well as longer distance commutes and other types of travel in our cities. And so once we start understanding those shorter journeys and we can provide for those as well as the longer journeys, we can value them. And this builds the conversation and communicates a priority for people to choose to walk from their front door. Next slide, please. A critical factor in retaining people walking is road safety. Now, the UN last year passed a resolution which said that, building on the Stockholm Declaration, that they were going to support mode shift to more walking and cycling as a road safety measure. And this is what comes from a safe systems approach. We build an environment that is safe for walking and safe for cycling. This improves road safety for everybody. And it's a really critical difference between thinking that all we are doing is putting up barriers between motorization and walking and cycling, but actually taking the whole street and saying this whole environment needs to be a safe space for everybody that's moving within it. Now, and one of the critical dimensions of doing that is infrastructure and safe crossing points, but it's also managing vehicle speeds. And I found some stats from the World Health Organization looking at, I'm afraid these are for Russia altogether, not for Moscow, but I couldn't drill down any further than this at the moment. But if we do nothing else to improve the walking safety in our cities, then reducing vehicle speeds is a really critical one. And we see in the US that pedestrian deaths are actually increasing at the moment due to speed and the nature of the vehicles that people are driving. So the challenges are there, but we do know what the solutions and opportunities are. And the third dimension of building a walkable city, next slide please, is enabling people to walk. And I see from my touring around Moscow online is that since, well, basically the last 10 years, the last decade, the city has been investing in its urban context and building parks and green zones and improving streets and giving priority to pedestrians in lots and lots of places. And it's really, really inspiring to see, because if we don't enable people to choose to walk, and not just in shopping districts and downtowns and riverfronts, but enabling children to walk to school, enabling older people to access the community, it keeps us all on our feet throughout the stages of our life journey. Next slide, please. So to really build on this walkable city concept and actually sustain and manage this process, it's not just about rebuilding our streets, albeit that is a critical thing, but what is the data needs? What do we need to know to understand how walking is working in our city? And at Walk 21, we've been looking at this issue on a global level and looking at the key performance indicators and the opportunities. And one of the things that people say to us is, there's not enough data for walking. We don't understand it, we don't know it. It's still this lament. So what we decided to do was to look at what was available in existing databases against those key performance indicators. And we're building a project at the moment, which I'll come back to in a minute, which is actually looking at how we look at all of the bring a whole lot of different data sets together about walking. But these 6 questions seem to us the critical questions to help us best manage our environments for people walking. How much are they walking? Is it safe? Are they within walking distance of public transport? Is it comfortable? Is there policy and good governance to support walking? And how satisfied are people with that experience? What's your user test situation here? Very quickly, I'm just going to talk briefly about those. So next slide, please. The activity is the average minutes walked for transport per day. This gives you your physical activity benefit as like that your 10,000 steps measure. We know that you're getting enough physical activity, and that means we have to measure all the little short journeys on either side of other trips, because whenever we get out of our other motorized modes, we are walking again. And then when we break that activity down and understand gender differences in how we move in our cities, ability differences, age differences, and even income differences, it helps us target our programs even better. Next slide, please. The safety question. What is the number of people killed and seriously injured on our streets? What's the number of crashes that involve pedestrian? And what's the risk relative to their exposure? It's great. We need to understand this data because safety is a critical factor why people would choose not to walk because of fear of motorized traffic. Next slide, please, which is accessibility. And Sustainable Development Goal 11.2 identifies that we want to have people living within 500 meters of public transport stops. And these are called commuter catchments, and the percentage of people living within 500 meters of public transport illustrates a degree of access to the rest of the city. From a walking perspective, we would like to think that people live, you will have heard about 15-minute cities, but around 500 meters around all of our key destinations that we would want to access as pedestrians should be highly walking friendly. And you'll see in this diagram, not only is it public transport hubs, but it's also sports and leisure facilities. We've talked about the importance of access to green space already, access to shops, healthcare, school sites, education. Our children should be walking to school and developing both their physical activity and their independence. And finally, employment. And even if it's not that people travel to work by foot, but the opportunity to go out from work and go for a walk as part of a meeting. And I'd just like to come back, next slide please, to the issue around accessibility to public transport, and a great illustration from Washington, D.C., where they analyzed, this is a very low density suburban city that has a metro system designed to bring people from those suburbs into the middle of Washington, D.C. And they were struggling with their ridership levels, with the quality of their service. And they analyzed every station and identified that their best investment to improve the level of service that their metro service offered was to identify the walkable catchments around every station. And they analyzed it against an 11-point criteria. And you can see in this diagram here, what this illustrates is that within that walkable catchment zone, you see lots of wasteland, and you see lots of disconnected housing estates that could be connected to the station, which is in that yellow dot in the middle. And what they discovered was it's very small critical pieces of infrastructure. They could connect whole estates to that public transport hub. And they did the math, which showed that for every 10 houses they connected to the station, increased their ridership by 7 trips per week. But the other thing that safe access to their public transport system did was reduce their transit costs for people with disabilities. So instead of sending them cars and driving them around, people could access their trains and move around the city in that way. Next slide, please. And this to me is one of my favorite slides when I saw this presented, and we work very closely with Helgi now about this. And this to me is the key to understanding how we should be thinking about our public transport systems, because any public transport journey is two walking journeys. It's the journey to the stop and it's the journey after the stop. But because we segment things, and historically our main mode was the motorized mode, the only thing that would get recorded in transport management statistics was the bus journey or the train journey in between. And what Helgi's work illustrates so beautifully, and he's continuing to do this work, and I really recommend you follow up on the stuff that he's doing now, is that when you actually analyze the journey from origin to destination, that most of the time, when you ask people what they remember about their journey, the resonance, the thing that they report back on is the experience of walking, not the experience on the bus, but they comment on the journey to and from the bus stations. And up to half the journey time can be spent walking. And how do they get to public transport? Well, as you can see there, over 80% of people access their public transport journeys on foot. So when we are building public transport systems, we must be building the walking journeys into those public transport. And the research shows that people who catch public transport do have higher physical activity levels than others. Next slide, please. And this is the comfort factor. Are we creating environments where people feel comfortable is the traffic managed. Now, this I think is from Paris. This is not a motorized zone, but it captures some of the elements. And what was so exciting, there was space to walk, it's safe to cross the road, and vehicles are moving at the right speed. Next slide, please. Is that I found that Moscow is doing this already. This fantastic map. I spent so long looking at these before and after pictures. We all love a before and after. It doesn't matter what the subject is. And the transformation that is happening on these streets from being car corridors to being public space where people can walk and enjoy. And we've been doing some work looking at young children who can't walk on their own but with carers. And the impact on the opportunity to be out and in public space like this is critical to the development of their brains, not just their legs, but to their mental capacities as well. And so this project, which has been improving the comfort of Moscow streets, is really fantastic to see, and I've really enjoyed looking at that because it's a critical dimension. Just coming now to the next slide, please. The fifth thing that is important to have in place is policies. And this is our mapping of global policies. Where are the policies? Where are people implementing policies? And as you can see on here, almost most places have some dimension in which they are managing policies for walking. Next slide, please. And the final thing is the satisfaction, the feedback loop from your community. Are people enjoying the walking experience? Where can we identify the greatest need for the next interventions? And we are developing an app. It's called the Walkability app. It's not complicated. And we're trialing this in Dublin in September, but many other places around the world, Norway, Indonesia, Portugal, Spain, Italy, the Philippines, to get that user feedback and to find those opportunities. And just the next slide, please, where you can't go out with the app, like in Medellin, Colombia, the children went out with these lollipops to flag up where they liked walking or not. And just quickly now for my last slides, next slide, please. What COVID showed us with walking and walkability in our cities is that when you stop all the traffic movement, people come out and walk. But the cities that really took the opportunity that COVID presented had walking already on their plans. They had ideas and opportunities in place. And so those cities could roll out very quickly with new interventions and new improvements. But what's critical now is to embed the learnings that we got from COVID about how to build these resilient cities, how to encourage our communities to stay on their feet, is by embedding good governance. And this is why we run what's called the 8 Steps to Walkable Cities program, to embed that into the policies and practices so that we never go backwards from those opportunities learned. Next slide, please. And we have a range of resources and support for that, like the International Charter for Walking. It's critical to collect data, map the walkability, and then invest and evaluate the impact of the programs. Next slide, please. And this is what I wanted to invite Moscow to join us on our Pathways to Walkable Cities, which we'll be launching in the fall this year. I don't know that I've geographically got it in the right place, but it's there marked up on the map. And we are going to be showcasing cities from all over the world and what they've done for walking and walkability and how their programs have improved not just how the streets look, but how people experience and enjoy walking as well. Final slide, please. So thank you so much for having me. Albeit I'm not in Moscow, I have enjoyed exploring your streets through the online opportunities I have. And I invite you to join us in the Walk 21 network, and let's move Moscow's story into those Walk 21 conversations and join us. We have a conference each year. It's in Dublin next year. We look forward to hearing much more about walking and walkability in Moscow. Thank you very much.
Бронвен, спасибо большое за эту лекцию. Очень сильно надеюсь, что Москва...
Thank you very much for this lecture. I'm really hopeful that Moscow will join this program and there will be something to tell you about at this conference. Over the recent 10 years, we did have a revolution in this regards. We do a lot of efforts to make sure there is more pedestrian experience. We make roads more narrow, we increase pedestrian pathways, public spaces are becoming larger. Now we have more and more individual transportations, including bicycles. Recently, it was incredibly hot in Moscow. It was around 36 degrees, 37 degrees at the sun. and some other cities on the planet live like this most part of the year. Or other towns have incredibly low temperatures. For example, our towns at the northern part of Russia. Did you have experience working with towns in extreme climate conditions? And how do you work with pedestrians in this case? How do you increase pedestrian activity in these cases?
Thank you very much. That's a great question because it's one we get all the time when people say it's too cold or it's too hot, it's too sweaty. There's lots of reasons, but at the end of the day, we have to enable people to continue walking. We can accept that people aren't going to walk all the time or everywhere, but in hot climates, they build shade, they build trees. Creating cooler environments in hot cities is not just about putting things in. A lot of cities are doing misters or planting trees, but we do need to reduce the impact of motorization because actually the vehicles moving in those spaces also add to the heat factor that people experience in their immediate environment. So we can create cool corridors, or Vienna has a program called Cool Streets, and you can create those opportunities where it's nicer for people to walk. And in cold countries, in snow countries, we've done a lot of work in Canada. Clearing the snow is critical because people will go out. Across Scandinavia, they have some of the highest physical activity levels. People will still choose to go out, but we need to make sure it's still comfortable and attractive for them. So we need to clear the snow off the footpaths. We need to prioritize footpath snow clearing around schools and where we want people to walk the most in access to the metro stations. So we need to manage those conditions, and we need to be honest about what the best opportunity and manage expectations. We don't want everybody 100% of the time in the dead of winter walking, but we should still be making it safe and attractive for them to do so.
Thank you very much. I have one more question. Since we're in line with our schedule, we have 2 more minutes. In what parts of cities, under what conditions should we not encourage walking? I guess not all parts of towns should be walkable. Is it so?
Nobody has ever asked me that question before, because I would argue that actually we should ensure people can move safely in their cities, in any part of the city, because people do. And if we make it unsafe for people to walk there, then it will be worse for the people who have no choice but to walk in those cities. I mean, inevitably, I'm not talking about train lines and I'm not talking about freeways, but we really must rethink the idea that there won't be people walking there or that we should build people out. We need to build in safety, we need to build in walkability, and we need to start on every street and imagine that people would be there. And I know in many cities around the world they like to think that they can put barriers down the middle of a road so that people don't cross but use overpasses and things like that, but people still cross over at street level and climb over those barriers, which makes it less safe for everybody, including the people in the cars. So we shouldn't actually imagine that we can fence areas off that say this is not walkable, we don't need to spend time here, but actually how do we ensure the safety of everybody who may or may not be moving in that space. And again, there can be certain areas, just as we would prioritize pedestrian zones where there's lots of pedestrians, like in a shopping street or somewhere like that, where we take the cars out altogether. That's logical. In high-speed motorways, we wouldn't want people there either. But maybe in heavy freight movements and things, we wouldn't want a lot of people walking around. But it's not, you can't start with thinking that we're going to fence zones off. You start with thinking people are always going to want to move and access different parts of the cities, and we should enable that. And the critical thing at the moment as well, with the shifting dynamics at response to COVID, is that more and more people are working from home. journeys are changing. People won't be commuting into cities quite as much. That sort of business center focus is shifting, and we need to ensure that people's local neighborhoods are attractive and walkable so that they can sustain their physical activity and the mental health benefits and well-being of getting out and about on their local streets. So we need almost everywhere to be walkable.
That's a wonderful ending of our dialogue. Thank you very much. I really hope to see you in Moscow sometime very soon.
Thank you. It's been lovely to visit you virtually. Thank you.
That was Bronwyn Thornton, the founder of Walk21. And we learned that people need to walk everywhere. Thank you very much and goodbye.
И снова здравствуйте, дорогие зрители. Надеюсь, с нами сегодня...
Greetings again. I hope our distinguished audience is having an exciting journey with our today's speaker. Today, right now, we're going to be talking how tech is making an impact on our lives. With the way we talk, the way we interact, entertain ourselves, walk down the streets, the way we learn has changed so much in the last 10 to 15 years, and tech made a very strong contribution into that change. Whether it's good or bad, what are the trends, how smart city makes us smarter, meaning citizens of the city? Well, that is a big question. And today we have Karl Ratti, the professor of urban technologies, the manager of the Sensible City Lab in MIT. And for over 10 years, he has been questioning how the tech is making an impact on the city. Carlo, welcome to our online discussion. Carlo.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's so great to be with you. Actually, I had the pleasure of being in Moscow in person. In the past. So sorry this year because of the pandemic couldn't make it. But I understand this kind of hybrid format is what we are looking forward as we move into the post-COVID world. So I want to share with you a few thoughts which are related exactly to what we were saying a moment ago. And let me share my screen. Yes, so I thought that the best way to touch upon some of the themes that have been discussed today, instead of looking more generally about smart cities and different applications, is really a question which is on everybody's mind. Because this question will determine really how our cities are going to evolve in the next few months and years. And that's related to how will the office change post-COVID-19. And I want to share with you, just to put a few things on the table, then we can have a discussion, the Q&A, and explore this in more detail. But I want to share with you some of the data analytics we've been doing. So let's try to find out with data. I wanted to start with this op-ed. It's an op-ed I did for the Harvard Business Review a few years ago. And the title they gave at the time is, "If work is digital, why do we still go to the office?" But actually what the article argued is that even if work is digital, there are still many reasons to go to an office. And in order to look at those reasons, we need to do a step back. And let's go back to modernist planning at the beginning of the 20th century. This is Le Corbusier, one of the most well-known architects at the time. And in 1931, together with a group of colleagues called CIAM, which is International Congress of Modern Architecture, they wrote this so-called Athens Charter, which was an inspiration for many, many cities in the 20th century. And there the Athens Charter states that the four keys to urban planning and the four functions of the city: dwelling, work, recreation, and transportation. And actually what they argue is that every function should be really, really separated in our cities. But if you look at that, which is what you see there in this image to the left, if you do that, if you separate everything, then you end up with kind of a dull city, a city where actually the working neighborhoods are, totally empty during the night. The place where you live are totally empty during the day, what French people call quartier dortoir. So somehow, they did this kind of a multiplying spaces and they're using them just for a fraction of the time. So there's no surprise that since the 1950s and 60s, many people across the world, including Jane Jacobs in the United States, argue for mixed-use development, neighborhoods where you've got a bit of everything. But we believe that today things are changing. And since the digital revolution, we are starting to be able to use spaces for multiple functions at the same time. This is really what we've seen over the past 12 months, where our kitchen tables have become offices, our apartments have become conference rooms. So somehow, the ability, thanks to a newfound flexibility, to use space in different ways over the course of the day. And we believe this is something that's really questioning the very transition between private and public space and the structure of the buildings we inhabit. Let me give you a very concrete example with data. So this is the MIT campus. You see here, you've got the Charles River in the middle. You've got Boston downtown, MIT like a small town, a small city inside the city. And the MIT campus was one of the first ones to be totally covered, blanketed by Wi-Fi in the early 2000s. So we started very soon seeing something interesting. People used to work, as you see there to the left. You know, that's a traditional computer, an old-fashioned computer room, and now they tend to work, as you see, to the right. Well, the two images may be a bit extreme, but, you know, this is kind of similar to what we've seen all over the world. We used to work like this, in cubicles, attached, chained to a desk, and now we can work in a much more flexible way. But incidentally, this is actually a design we did for one of Europe's largest co-working operators for a co-working center in the city of Milan. So our point was technology is allowing us to be more flexible. Why don't we monitor networks to really see what is going on? What you see here is actually MIT campus. Every dot is an access point. And then you can see how many people you have in every part of the campus by looking at how many of them connect to that Wi-Fi access point. So what you see here, the bubbles, you see the size of the bubbles is proportional to the amount of people you have in the morning, 9 a.m., 10 a.m., all the way until the evening. And, you know, just a quick note, this type of data is kind of a goldmine if you are a planner. Ildefonso Cerdà, the father of modern Barcelona, in his book, The Great Year of Urbanization, you know, he argues for a day when, thanks to data, then planning could become more similar to a science. Well, that day where we got all this data about, not only about the physical city, but also about life inside the city, has now arrived. We can now, you know, monitor and measure all of this. So if you look at this, as I mentioned, you see here the amount of people you have, size of the bubbles, and how that changes during the day. And then, you know, this opens up actually the way to a broader mapping using mapping of human movement, you know, using Wi-Fi signal, mobile phone signal, and so on. But again, if you go back to MIT, if you look at the overall, call it the heartbeat of MIT, it's something like this. You see people getting to campus around 9 a.m. on Monday. That's you see on the x-axis is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and so on. And then a few people leave at 5 p.m. You know, the 9-to-5ers are not that many. Most people keep working till very late at night. And even in the middle of the night, you still got a lot of activity on campus. And the same thing happens every day of the week, not on Friday, like today. Activity slips away quickly in the afternoon. But then also Saturday and Sunday are almost like two normal days. With Sunday, it's quite interesting. You see a little dent on Sunday night. That's around 9 or 10 p.m. when you say, oh my God, you know, tomorrow is Monday again. And you remember all the things you haven't done before the beginning of the new week. So anyway, we can do this for every room on campus, which is what you see here. And then we can analyze this with big data analytics. What you see here is Fourier transforms. You can look at clustering. And what you see is exactly what I was telling you before. The fact that, you know, this map of the MIT campus, a few years ago, a couple of decades ago, would have had very defined color. And color would have been very separated from each other. But now, colors are proportional to functions. Color represent functions here. And that now what you're seeing is actually colors that become more and more mixed. Exactly what I was saying, the flexibility that technology has brought to our lives, the fact we can work from wherever we want, then, you know, that is changing the way we use space. And the same space can have different functions in the course of the day. Our cafes at MIT are also used like teaching areas. They're used like meeting rooms. They're used as a place where you can do email. So all of this, which we experienced over the past 12 months, is what, you know, you can see on this map. Now, I want to tell you something else very briefly, also some other data that's interesting. You can look at productivity. If you are a university, papers and patents represent the key productivity. You can also look at the shape of the community and how people come together. But let me get to the key question we started with. You know, what about COVID-19? And here, you know, just a few months before COVID, actually, we had started collecting a lot of data on the MIT campus, not only the data I showed you before, but also data about the communication network. Think about anonymized data from all the email exchanges that allow you to understand who's connecting with whom. Again, anonymized, you don't know what it's being exchanged and so on, but you can understand, again, the network. And then, you know, then you got COVID lockdown, which is almost like a sociological experiment, you know, because you remove physical space and you can look at what is the impact of the lack of physical interaction on human networks. And so we started analyzing the email network and seeing how it changed before the lockdown and after the lockdown. You see it here, the lockdown, as you might recall, in the United States was at the beginning of last year. So it was actually, the MIT campus was shut down on the 21st of March, 2020, last year. And here you see data before, data after, and then the shutdown there in the middle of March. Now, first of all, let me show just some visualizations. Again, this is not data analytics, just some visualizations. You see the network as it was at the before COVID lockdown, and just visually, here you see the different schools, the different departments, and then after the lockdown, just visually, it looks strikingly different. So you see it here. This is simply visualization. We didn't do analytics here. So we started asking ourselves, what changed between the two? And we looked at many things. Many things stayed the same. Many type of kind of dimensions of the network stayed the same. But one thing changed a lot. And that's related to this paper. It's a famous paper in sociology. It's called The Strength of Weak Ties by a sociologist called Mark Granovetter. At the time when he wrote it, in 1973, he was at Johns Hopkins University. Now he's a professor at Stanford. And what he argues is that if you take all of our connections, think about your friends. So you got two types of connections. Let's start with strong ties, the blue ones. Blue ones means person A, person B. A and B are also friends with each other. So you basically create a triangle. And those are called strong ties. But then you got weak ties. Weak ties are people who are not friends or your friends. And they're usually very important because they expose you to a new community, they're bridges to diversity, they generate serendipity and creativity, so they become very important in the way, we can sustain our healthy social interactions. Well, we did a lot of big data analytics. This is still work in progress. I've been showing, this, for instance, this page is the first time I'm showing it. It's, by the way, take also this with a pinch of salt because we are quite confident about the results, but it hasn't gone through peer review yet. It's still an internal document. So we've done a lot of data analytics on all the networks, and well, here you see some of them, but the key thing is that actually weak ties, if we don't go to the office, are disappearing. And what you see here is before the lockdown, you had 250 new weak ties generated on the network every day. After the lockdown, that has gone down to around 50. So an 80% reduction in weak ties. And you see it here as well. Here you see the network. You see the network last year and then all the way to this year. And you see how it changes. It almost shrinks. It becomes much, much less connected. And we think that that's an important thing. That's an important thing because, again, the key question on everybody's mind is what's going to happen in 1, 2, or 3 months, or, as soon as all the lockdowns are lifted. Are we going to keep working from home forever, like some companies said, like, Twitter and many others, or are we going to go back to our offices? Well, based on these results, I would say that we will have to go back to our offices. Perhaps in a different way, perhaps just 1, 2, or 3 days per week. Perhaps, we'll do this kind of half-half model, which is now starting to be the norm in different global cities. Paris, for once, is a place where most companies are saying the week will be 50% smart working, 50% in presence, in person. But somehow, these results seem to suggest that actually the office is not dead and that, we have to go back to physical space because that's where a lot of very important social links emerge. So I thought I'd share this with you for 2 reasons. The first one is that, again, as I mentioned at the beginning, this is the question on everybody's mind. And, if you want to look at the cities, at our cities, smart or not, following the pandemic, this is a vital thing to look at. If office space were not needed anymore. Clearly, we are talking about the revolution in the way cities work, operate, and are structured. And so that's a key thing. But the other thing I want to share with you is also because this shows a bit the methodology you have in most smart or sensible city projects, where we actually have a physical system, the city, use a lot of data to describe it. And by analyzing the data, you can really better understand what is going on. It's really the glue behind most smart city projects. I will show you many more of them. But again, I wanted to put this on the table because I think this is very topical today as all the lockdowns are being eased and we're moving back into a new post-COVID normal. Thank you. And I'll stop here so we can have more time for discussion.
Carlo, thank you. That was ever impressive. Thank you. Thank you for the lecture. Indeed, we have quite a lot of time to actually answer a number of questions. I believe my major question is the one that I have been mentioning earlier. Perhaps it might be a bit of metaphysical, not very hands-on. However, to which extent the tech makes an impact on our feeling of happiness in the city, the feeling of satisfaction with the reality which we're living in. I mean, during the pandemic, there's a number of statistical data and figures indicating depression of the population, specifically in large European cities like Rome, specifically in Italy. I've heard about the exceeding number of depression cases, the waves of depressive mood, because Italian culture is naturally the outside culture based on interaction, vivid communication, emotional communication, and the tech reduces the emotional part. So, where's the balance there, therefore? Maybe you have been thinking about that in the context of Sensible City.
Well, thank you. First of all, I need to say I really like philosophical questions. So I would say that we shouldn't look just at technology. We should really always focus on, what is the ultimate impact. So, it's not about, if you think about, it's not about the technology per se. It's about what technology allows us to do. Now, I think the reason why people were depressed, in my opinion, is really that a lot of interaction, a lot of connections we had in the past were not possible anymore during the lockdown. And so, again, I think usually, I would say what makes us happy is related to, again, to connections to people, is related to having a good support group, is related to, being happy with how we organize our lives, with having that flexibility. And tech can play in different ways. So somehow, what we are saying about, tech allows us to work from home, that could actually make us, if you do it 1, 2, or 3 days per week, if you spend one more day in a different country, working from the countryside or the mountains, they can have a very positive effect on our lives. Actually, can have a good effect on our lives, this kind of rescheduling, but good effect on the city as well, because then you don't have that extreme synchronization that usually you had in the past when everybody had to commute exactly the same time. So somehow, I think what we need to do is really not look just at tech, but really look at what tech enables. And I think that the happiness or unhappiness is really there. And what happened during the pandemic, again, I think some of the happiness or unhappiness in particular was not necessarily the fact of spending too much time in front of Zoom, but was the fact that we couldn't go and have a beer, have a dinner with our friends, with the people we care about. But anyway, again, that would be my more philosophical answer. Now, I know there's a lot of colleagues who are actually working on measuring happiness, and so this can also be looked at more with big data. So somehow we could also measure this equation in a much more precise way today, as we showed before, using data to better understand. But somehow, again, I think what we need to do is actually look at that, but not look at technology per se, but just technology as an enabler for us to do something else. And something else that can hopefully make us happier.
Абсолютно согласна, что
I hands down agree that any innovation, anything new, always gives us the way to look anew at the ways to be happy. Let us now ask the more hands-on question. This permeability of tech into the urban space, this penetration, how does it change the ethical image of the city, image of the city? I mean, maybe there are new spaces appearing in less developed territories. Maybe There's a way to create something new based on this very new habits of the people after COVID.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's many ways to look at this question if I understand it correctly. But certainly, well, first of all, let me say that every crisis is a good way, as you say, to reinvent and to rethink our lives, to rethink our cities. Churchill used to say, never let a good crisis go to waste. A crisis is a time when everything changes around ourselves and we need to question what we were doing, what we are doing, how we might change and adapt to the new condition. So somehow it's a great time to rethink many aspects of our lives we were taken for granted. And that applies at the individual level, that applies at the level of the city. Now, that's exactly why I wanted to start with talking about how we work and how, the articulation between working in the office or working from home, which I touched upon in those few slides before, because I think that can actually define the upper and lower bounds, can help us understand, what are the fixed points, and then within those fixed points, we can actually, then is a space for our imagination to see how we want to reimagine, rethink our cities. Personally, as we were saying before, I think, one thing to think about is this better scheduling of our lives in a way that the infrastructure is used better. Again, the problem of the 20th century city was the fact that everybody was doing the same thing at the same time. So there would be a lot of congestion on our streets or while going on holidays or you name it. And the more we are flexible, the more we can, live better ourselves, but also have a better collective life because we don't use the infrastructure all at the same time, but in a different way. If you want, it's similar to the concept we were discussing during the pandemic, the flattening the curve. What was the problem of the curve is a synchronization peak. So then at the time, when we were talking about this a few months ago during COVID, it was about if the curve is too high, then the health infrastructure collapses. Well, something similar happens when you got, rush hour, and then, different other types of infrastructure, such as the mobility infrastructure in the city, can collapse. The more we're able to flatten the curve of usage, like we did for COVID, the better we will live and the city will perform. Again, because we will not get to saturation. So I think this could be a good principle to think about the city as we move into the post-COVID. And incidentally, we've been writing about this with Anna Koenig, the mayor of Stockholm, really about how this will be one of the principles we can follow in the post-pandemic time.
Carla, спасибо большое за этот разговор.
Carla, thank you so much for the conversation. Very insightful. On behalf of Strelka Institute, I'd like to tell you that we're always happy to see you in the courtyard of our institute with a presentation. And we do remember when you were our program director, how awesome it was to actually reflect on the inner workings of Russian cities. Let us keep in touch, and I truly hope that we shall see each other again in Moscow offline.
With great pleasure. I spent a lot of great time at Strelka and in the courtyard you mentioned, so I enjoyed every moment I spent there. So I hope after the pandemic we'll be able to meet again in person, perhaps there at the Strelka Cafe.
Я надеюсь.
Truly hope so. Goodbye.
Thank you.
С нами был Карл Ratti.
We had Carlo Ratti. Please stay tuned. Do not switch your channel. See you again very soon. In about 30 minutes, we'll be talking with David Schwartz in order to decide how to adapt large office spaces in a post-pandemic times.
Снова здравствуйте, с вами Соня Альтерман.
Hello once again, this is Sonia Alderman, this is the chief editor of Strelka Mag, and now we continue our discussion what our office spaces should look like to make sure they work effectively, to be in line with new requirements and be safe at the same time. And is it possible with architecture to do our space and environment more creative, to help us take more creative decisions? This is the topic of presentation of our next presenter. He is the founder of Hush Studios, and his goal is to think how to inspire people with architecture to be more creative, to make some extraordinary out-of-the-box solutions.
Консалтинг таких бюро, как Google.
Hush Bureau works with such huge companies as Instagram, Google, Nike, Zaha Hadid. So, David, I will be very happy to hear how Instagrammable is office and how can we create proper attitude towards work.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. Thanks for the introduction. I'm here to talk about this wow effect in architecture. And I believe architecture already can wow, but the idea of digital experience in the office and in architecture at large can often add this layer of inspiration and potential and wow that can differentiate companies, organizations, and the built environment. So first, as was introduced, I run a company called Hush, based in New York, and we really are here to design ways where organizations can better express the mission of their company, like what their purpose is, what they intend to do, so that their people or partners can really come together around this idea of purpose and mission. And the office is a really important place for that because it's where people spent a lot of time. And so there's an opportunity to make that space really mission forward. These are some of the things that we have made so you understand the kinds of things and the kinds of spaces we're creating, the kinds of way digital experiences and artistry integrate into the architectural environment. And ultimately, I'm going to actually talk to you about a project we just completed for Uber in San Francisco, California, here in the United States. But I'm going to show you kind of other ways we've got there. So first, I'm going to talk about ideas, and then we'll talk about what they mean. This wow effect is part of a large idea that involves architecture and digital together, but I'm going to focus on the digital part. And really, the wow effect means inspiration. That's all we're trying to talk about. Making you feel in awe, motivated, inspired to do something. So we believe at our company, Hush, that digital experiences inspire people through shared rituals and align them around a shared purpose. So you can create things with digital experiences that feel part of the purpose and ritual of a company. And in a way, if you want to inspire people, especially through digital experiences, you need three things: scale, people, and the way they interact. And if you can do all three well, you, I think, have a chance of really inspiring people in the office or in architectural space at large. So let's start with scale. It's a conference around architects, urban planning, and the workplace. We know architecture already exists at scale, big scale. But most digital experiences don't. In fact, most of them exist at this scale. So our goal is to move people from a heads-down approach of looking at digital into a heads-up kind of idea and mindset at the scale of architecture. So simply heads down, moving to heads up. And how might that happen? And so how does digital and story and content and information go from down to up? So one project we worked on for a biotech company here in the United States was all about a net zero building, a net zero office space, site net zero. So it produced solar and it used solar energy to perform a yearly net zero energy basis. And we were asked to come up with something inspiring to help tell that story about sustainability. And we built this called the Energy Wheel. And the Energy Wheel is a 40-foot radial light sculpture that tells the story of energy. So at any given time, the light moves inward, outward, or inward to talk to you about what energy is actually being produced at any given time. So people walk around and look up and see what the building's doing. So they're inspired by the sustainability mission of the company, and they're not looking at their phone to understand this. They're simply feeling what this digital expression, this art piece, can do. We've explored similar things in many other projects that move people's positioning to a heads-up sort of idea. How you can understand a financial company and the way they trade stocks and information through a heads-up sculpture. We've looked at how you could walk into a major sport company and understand the future of sport through heads-up digital. How financial banking company might feel if everyone's working together and you understand the data of that company at scale. These are things that are all digital experiences on mission to talk about scale. The second piece is people. Architecture could exist without people. Digital experiences could exist without people, but they're basically there for people to behave and commune and operate inside of. So how do we think about people in digital experience? We use digital experience to gather people, to create rituals of interaction. And we use the 5 senses of digital experience to help people become part of a community. So for Instagram, in their San Francisco headquarters, we basically built a space that stood for Instagram's mission about creative content and a platform for creators and a platform to consume beautiful imagery of our time. And so we created a space that everyone has to work in and walk through and arrive at that involves people discovering creativity. So by walking through this space and simply touching these light columns, content from Instagram actually fills up the room and takes over this space. So as you touch each piece, a piece of content from Instagram ends up being the lighting and animation and sound in the entire room. So it's a way to pay tribute to a company's mission and organization, but it also creates a shared ritual. So everyone who walks in this space, when they walk in for the first time or the 100th time, they participate in this ritual of touching these columns and igniting the space with Instagram content. You can imagine how this might feel in the workplace for a new recruit or a new group of folks who are starting their first day at Instagram. How that special feeling of discovery could make them feel aligned with the company's mission. So there's lots of permutations, and it continues and continues, and that's why people continue to engage. What was interesting is one of our clients who just went back to the office after many months of being remote, the first thing she did was take a picture of herself inside this space as a commitment to be back at work and back in the organization. The third thing is interaction. One might argue that architecture is interactive, but in the specific nature of interaction in digital, we know that digital experiences exist almost primarily to interact, to choose, to discuss. So we think architecture is enduring, meaning it has longevity. It lasts for hundreds of years, but it can often be static. It doesn't change. What you build stays. Digital things are naturally interactive. They change. They always are new. They asked people to connect with them, to discover, to see, to look, to find. And we have to use this interaction to create inspiration. So we've played with a lot of ways that interaction can create inspiration. Simple digital interfaces and interactions that create big, bold statements and gestures. A flick of the wrist, 2 inches long of a finger, lights up 100 feet of digital sculpture to tell a story about a company. In this one, walking through a space, moving your body, discovering what's possible in interesting ways, it's a magical sensibility. These things aren't sitting still. They're asking you to participate, to discover them and look at them anew, and to see what is behind, if you will, the architectural space itself. Simple things that allow people to interact through movement just without thinking at a level of magic and inspiration that the world around them is constantly changing and may always be changing. And then, of course, there's types of interaction that are very specific, but when we're working with that level, we're trying to make those interactions unexpected, beautiful, magical, things that people want to do because we interact with this 1,000 times a day. How then do we ask people to interact to create inspiration, not function? If this is functional, we need to bring interaction in a much more expressive and artistic way when we do things in the architectural world. And so forth. Obviously, the types of interactions we think about and do range from voice to gesture to body to touch. And those are just the ways we can play and activate our world. So a big theme at the conference is the office, right? The workplace. And after a year or more of working remotely or hybrid, there's many questions about what are organizations doing with their office. And while there's very smart, functional solutions happening, there also needs to be new solutions that aren't purely function. Anyone familiar with behavioral psychology knows this triangle. It's all about the human being and how we want to live our lives and what an optimal life looks like. It's about getting to a place where you feel like you have purpose and you're here for a reason. Unfortunately, the last year and a half has focused the world and designers and architects like ourselves on the bottom, which is how are we safe mentally and physically? What do we need functionally? What needs to be clean? What needs to be distanced? What needs to be smaller? What needs to be larger? These are very important things, but they're incredibly functional. I hope that with digital experience, we move back to the upper quadrant in the workplace, in the office, which is how do we, again, want to go back to the office, maybe not in the same proportions or time, but when we go back, we need to achieve the top pieces of this hierarchy. We need to feel like we are here to be part of this company and to feel recognized. And how you do that is much different than the design and ideas we've been thinking about for the last year, which were all about safety. So my thesis really is, how do we get back to a place of inspiration in the office where we're not talking about safety only, we're talking about a higher power, a higher order, a higher level of thought. So while this project started well before the pandemic, the thesis of the project still holds. And it maybe is even more important now than it was 3 years ago when we started. This is Uber's headquarters in Mission Bay, San Francisco, California. And it's their global headquarters. So they consolidated lots of spaces they have around the Bay Area and California into a single space that could speak to all employees, align disciplines, and get people working on a single campus with a vision. We started with a lot of real important interviews and heard a lot of really critical information. You know, this company wanted to understand and share its impact on the world and people. We wanted to figure out how to connect employees to a bigger vision. You know, some people spend years working on an app or writing lines of code, but they don't always connect it to why they're doing it and what impact it will have on the people that use Uber's products and services. People who want to work there want to understand the company that they work for. They want to know why. What's your bigger purpose? Why should I work for you and not somebody else? And how do they feel part of something bigger so they can come work there? So at the same time, Uber was working on a new mission statement. And as I said to you, our whole company is about aligning with a company's mission. That's where we start. Even if we only do a small piece of that bridge to the mission, we impact that mission in any way we can. So Uber's mission is to ignite opportunity by setting the world in motion. It's a beautiful mission statement. And so we thought about, well, what does that mean? If Uber it's all about movement, then motion really connects to story. If you think about it, it's very hard to tell a story without characters moving or doing something in space. Someone has to move their lips, move their body, go from place to place. That creates a narrative. So motion really creates story. If we could make story show up in the office in a way that felt inspiring, then we would be doing our job. So we thought that story could equal light. And if we could find ways from Uber to make something light up, that would be really interesting. So the stories we sourced were ride data, city data, rider stories, driver stories, product data. These kinds of things all became little pieces of light. That was the metaphor. And that piece of light could be a story about someone just starting to drive for Uber and helping their family achieve economic stability, for example. So there's many stories of this. And you quickly see how the movement of light starts to relate to the movement of transportation and people throughout our urban landscape. And when you add that and scale it up, it starts to really work. Many, many, many lights become many, many people, become a global system that help create opportunity. So in the end, we designed the stream. The stream is a digital experience at Uber's headquarters that expresses Uber's mission and helps inspire people. And we believe that as people come back to that office, they're going to reconnect with the purpose of Uber and inspire. Of course, we studied formally how the stream could work and look from a scale, interaction, and people standpoint, the three pieces. And we ultimately ended up on this concept where light moves and becomes denser and denser and denser until it actually becomes a photorealistic story that we can see and understand and we connect with. It moves through the 6 stories of the building, through this scaffold. It cuts through the space as if collecting all the ideas and work and effort of employees filtering them down through the space overhead and resolving in the lobby where everyone enters from the CEO to a recruit, and they all feel connected to the stream. We explored artistic ways to share these stories, beautiful colorways and glitch art and animation, and how that might work. And we explored all sorts of ways that might resolve into actual content and graphics and imagery and video that tell the story of Uber and its impact on the world and people. And then we did all sorts of interaction tests for how people might interact and perceive this space, how they might feel like they're changing and they're part of the past volume of all of their, how does their presence activate it? And then we did all sorts of design tests, and this is just to show you how we think and work and the rigor through which we put our concepts through to get to a level of sort of true inspiration. So we test and we see what it feels like to understand story as light, as graphics, story as light, as typography and words and concepts, story as cities that Uber is starting in or working in. And of course, light becoming real stories of impact and change, or artistic experiences that make someone feel inspired through beauty. So this is the final space. You can see the structure is what everyone walks into every day. We took beautiful architecture made by Shop and the design and the materiality, and we worked to create a collaborative and integrated architectural digital experience that helps to tell these stories, but feels connected, feels active, feels interactive, dynamic. It's a space for people to gather, to discuss, to learn about the things that they didn't even know were happening at the company. It could happen at typography and artistry. And these are some of the videos from actually being inside the space, where you see people actually feeling a level of awe around what they do and how they feel. So this is the final video, and then we'll take some questions. Thank you all. And we can do questions now.
Да, Давид, спасибо большое.
David, Thank you very much for this incredibly bright, inspiring presentation. I think it is as inspiring as the spaces that people work in. I have some question with criticism. These spaces remind us of a museum experience, the experience that we get in today's cultural centers or museums. And it's hard to imagine that this is really a working space. And I would like to ask you, how comfortable is it to work in this environment? How much do you think about comfort? Or this is just a space where a person should get inspired and then he goes to work in some more standard workspace? Because before that, office spaces were added with some green stuff, and we would try them to make more cozy so that the person would feel at home. And now I see total lack of green things. It's this very technocratic space, and it is hard to imagine for me that it would be comfortable to work 8 hours a day every day here. How could you comment on this?
It's a good question. So, of course, we're only designing pieces of an overall workplace program. So their comfort and space and light, absolutely, I wouldn't work in these spaces, right, all day. So it's not the workspace, it's part of the workplace, the overall. And so you did say what our strategy is, though. Our strategy is to design things that inspire people right when they enter and at areas around a campus so that that inspiration moves them forward, keeps them going, keeps them motivated, and keeps them focused and aligned on the purpose of the organization, of the business. What's interesting, though, you mentioned green things or biophilia and comfort-driving design pieces. Those are important, but what's interesting over the past year with us working at home, we've found ways to find comfort. We've found ways to make our own coffee, sit in our own comfortable chair, find a comfortable desk, switch locations to keep our comfort level high. So in a lot of ways, a lot of the design around comfort before the pandemic is not as much of a focus after the pandemic. I believe when people come back to the office, the focus is not about a demand for comfort. It's about a demand for inspiration. Because the things we make, you cannot do at home. You cannot feel at home because you don't have scale. You don't have peers and people, and you have no one to interact with. So that's my point. The office is a unique place to inspire because of those 3 reasons.
Да, это очень интересно, как меняется.
It is very interesting how our ideas transform about comfort in our private space and outside of it. And my last question, I will look at it from the different viewpoint. So all works that you have demonstrated are incredible and Instagrammable. I would like to take a picture of me amid this light, amid this stream that go through your body. It seems that this line between when something is done for looking good on Instagram and really inspired is very slim. What do you think about this when architects start constructing something for Instagram but not for people who really will be in this space?
It's a very delicate line. I've actually written a few articles on this And I believe in certain ways, we've gone far too far, where architecture is being designed solely for that rectangle on this device. Like, why would we want to take all the form and grandeur and possibility of architecture and reduce it to a frame? However, I think architects were designing buildings and spaces to be aesthetic to the eyes long before we had Instagram. So when you walk into a space and you see a beautiful symmetry or an interesting play of color in your eyes are framing a similar setup. That was a conscious move by an architect or designer to figure it out. So just because we have Instagram now to capture it doesn't mean we weren't thinking about the beauty and form of our first impression. So it's kind of a non-answer, but I think as long as we make sure that people are first in our designs, sometimes people really want to understand beauty and feel beauty, whether they have a camera or not.
David, спасибо большое за...
David, thank you very much for this inspiring conversation, your presentation, and your time. I really hope that this is the last time we will be speaking online and that next time we will have face-to-face meeting in Moscow.
Love that. Thank you for having me.
Добрый вечер, дорогие друзья. Меня
Good evening, dear friends. My name is Angelina Davida. I am the eco-journalist, the editor of the Journal of Ecology and Law, and I'm also the observer of UN in terms of climate change. The business program of Moscow Urban Forum that has been happening in the last 2 days is about to be concluded. We're hosting the final session and the presentation of our star speaker, the founder and director of Architecture 2030 Bureau, Mr. Edward Mazria. Edward will be telling about how we can build the environment with zero carbon. Why? Why is this so essential? Why? We're talking particularly about this by the end of this day of Moscow Urban Forum. As you know, the climate change problem is one of the major challenges of humanity today. In December 2021 in Glasgow in Scotland, there will be another session of climate negotiations of UN, and we truly hope that the participating countries will move forwards in their commitments to reduce carbon emission, setting new target and helping developing countries. Climate change problematic is essential for urban agenda. Indeed, in the last 2 days, we have been talking about how the climate and the climate change and adaptation to climate change and resilience, fortification of the city are becoming the major drivers of urban agenda for further socioeconomic developments of the city. That is why climate issues are inherently intertwined with the problem of creating successful urban environment with zero emission, so that we, on the one hand, protect the environment of the planet and create urban environment that is resilient to climate change. That is why, for the time being, I'd like to introduce our final speaker for this day, Mr. Edward Mazria, the founder and director of Architecture 2030. A few words about our speaker. He's a globally renowned architect, writer, professor, teacher. He's done tremendous, substantial research for renewable energy in big cities, broadening the scope of architecture and showing everybody that those cities that have been for years blamed for CO2 emissions and ecological risks can now make significant contribution to solve the aforementioned problems by tech innovation, by administration solutions, by changing the energy consumption model, and by promoting new approach for architecture, urban planning, and building, constructing of our environment. Edward has been presenting at the Knowledge Day and Building Day during UN conference in Paris in 2015. Let me remind you, that's the conference where they have signed the acclaimed Paris Climate Accord, which is the fundamental document now for aligning countries' efforts to adapt to climate change and fight climate change. He's also presented the roadmap to zero emission. He has founded the organization called 2030. That's the analytical center, developing real-life solutions for problems of the 21st century, including climate change, but not limited to. Our speaker has won a number of awards, including the award from the National Council for Environment and Design, the award from the President of Consortium for Sustainable Urbanization. Also, he won the Game Changers Award of the Metropolis magazine, and also he got the title of the Pioneer from the American Society of Solar Energy, and he also won the Abbott Award. He also got the AIA Kemper Award and the AIA Gold Medal in 2021. And that's only a few of his awards and achievements. His company was acclaimed for significant contribution into architecture and planning. Again, they won a number of American planning associations. So we have Edward today, and he will be telling about his latest ideas on how the world can truly create urban environment with zero CO2 emissions, because zero emission is one of the objectives of the Paris Climate Accord. and one of the objectives which the cities will be following in the 21st century.
Hello, I'm Ed Mazzaria. I'm the CEO of Architecture 2030. I want to thank you for inviting me to present today. There's an old saying in the US, if you don't know where you are going, you'll end up someplace else. And that's really important. Are we going to meet the 1.5 or are we going to meet the 2? Those are two very different futures. What happens with that half a degree if we go from 1.5 to 2? If we don't meet the 1.5, but we get to 2 degrees C, 1.7 billion more people will be exposed to severe heat waves every 5 years. 100 to 400 million more people will be at risk of hunger. 1 to 2 billion more people will no longer have adequate water. 1 billion people may be forced to migrate at 2 degrees C. So we know what the issue is. It's fossil fuels. It's putting CO2 up into the atmosphere. We know we have a carbon budget today of 340 gigatons to have a good probability, a high probability of meeting the 1.5. Today, we put out roughly about 40 gigatons of CO2. So from 2020, if we peak emissions in 2020, we probably will for a few years. Hopefully we won't jump back up, and we phase out CO2 emissions by 2050. That's 600 gigatons. That's almost double the carbon budget we have, and that's less than a 50% chance of meeting the 1.5. So how do we meet the 1.5? We need a 65% reduction by 2030 and a complete phase out of CO2 emissions by 2040. If we get to a 50% reduction, 55% reduction we phase out by 2040, then we still have better than a 50% probability. So can we meet the 1.5 degrees C carbon budget? Well, in the built environment, we have 3 things we need to do. One is we need to get new buildings under control, the building operations to zero carbon, existing buildings, and then all the materials and construction and infrastructure that goes along with connecting up buildings and cities and building construction. So how do we do all that? So for new buildings, we need to design to zero carbon today. And we have building codes to do that. We just got to get them in place. The International Energy Conservation Code has a zero code appendix. China developed the zero code. It's not being implemented yet. It's nearly zero energy buildings plus on-site and off-site renewables. Europe, all the countries in Europe are expected to have nearly zero energy buildings plus renewables this year in place. So how do we design to zero carbon? What is a zero carbon code? How do we design to zero carbon? Well, all we need to do is use the latest code standards, and they're very efficient, they're current. They'll give us a very efficient building. The IECC 2021, ASHRAE 90.1, 2016, 2019, they're both good. Then we can do all sorts of other things, passive heating, cooling, daylighting strategies. We can get the building down so that it doesn't use that much energy. And then we supply that energy either on-site with photovoltaics, solar hot water, there's many things that we can do, or we bring it in off-site, but we have to bring in renewable energy attributed to the building. That's how you get to zero carbon. So from today on, if you're designing or developing a project or even a community, use no on-site fossil fuels or off-site fossil fuels, only renewable energy from now on. It's not very difficult. What about all those existing buildings? We have billions of existing buildings all over the world. How do we get them to zero carbon? Well, it's the same thing. We need to electrify, no on-site fossil fuels, and then bring in renewables, either develop them on-site or then bring them in, but has to be renewables, no fossil fuel generated energy or electricity. That's how you get to zero carbon. And how difficult is it? Well, if we look, this is New York City, for example. See the red circles? That's in Midtown, downtown Manhattan, and downtown Brooklyn. That's a handful of huge buildings in New York. That's less than 2% of all the buildings in New York, but they're huge, and they give off 48% of total building sector greenhouse gas emissions in New York City. So very few buildings are responsible for almost half of all emissions. We can see that in any city around the world. Big buildings in Chicago along the waterfront, miles and miles of small buildings. Same thing in Madrid, Spain, big buildings and then miles of small buildings. Same thing in Los Angeles or Sydney, Australia. Same thing in Guangzhou, big buildings in the downtown area, and then smaller buildings all around. Same thing in Istanbul, Turkey, in Nagasaki, and even in Moscow. You have these huge buildings responsible for almost half of all emissions, and then the rest are responsible for the other half. So a very small number of buildings are responsible for half. So how do we get them under control? Well, we develop policy. So for the big emitters, we work our way down from the biggest buildings to get to 50% of all emissions. Those will be a small handful of buildings, and we require them to get to zero carbon by 2030. Electrify, bring in renewables, generate them on site, and give them incentives to do that so it's not costly, so it's actually beneficial economically. And then second, all those miles and miles and miles of small buildings, how do we get them to zero carbon? Well, you give them to 2040, and then you look for intervention points of when they're going to do construction. It's very cheap then to electrify and then go to renewables. And you also give them incentives. If you do that, you get the entire existing building sector to zero carbon by 2040. And you get big reductions by 2030. Well, what about all those materials that, there are literally trillions of materials and products in the world. And in the building sector, there are billions that we can choose from: concrete, steel, block, brick, wood, some gypsum board, ceiling tiles, floor tiles, carpet, wall base, paint, you name it. It's all in the building sector. How do we get all those materials to zero carbon? Well, that all falls in that industrial sector. That's where everything that's made in the world is in that 43%. So it's huge. And how do we get a handle on that? Well, we reshaped the pie and we came up with concrete, steel, and aluminum, especially concrete and steel. The big two are responsible for almost half of all industrial emissions, like big buildings and small buildings, concrete and steel and everything else. So now what do we do? Well, we've got to tell everybody this. They have to know that concrete and steel are putting out huge amounts of emissions and that they need to change. And we're beginning to see that in mainstream media. Concrete, the most destructive material on the planet. We're seeing steel, similar articles. And that's forcing the industries to change. All of a sudden, we're hearing about zero carbon cement industry. U.S. Steel wants to achieve zero emissions by 2050. Once you get the word out, then things start happening. 2050 too late. We got to get them by 2040. And now there's beginning to be competition, cross-laminated and glue-laminated timber. And in the global south, we're beginning to see cross and glue-laminated bamboo. And these structures are beautiful, and we're starting to see architects and designers begin incorporating them in buildings, and concrete and steel begin to lose market share. Once they do that, they'll move to zero carbon very, very quickly. So can we meet the 1.5 degrees C carbon budget? Well, look at this. This is Toronto in 1891. Look at the Flatiron Building, which is right under that 1891. And I'm going to fast forward to pretty much today. Wow, look what happened. Transformed. The downtown, look at the downtown. Same building type, like I said, all over the world. Well, how did this happen? This could be any city. Well, in 1925 was the first modern building. Structure moved inside rather than bearing walls and then small spans and small rooms. Now we have concrete columns and steel columns and long spans, and we opened up the floor plan and hung the exterior wall off of the structure so you could make it all glass. bring lots of light in. That was in 1925. What was going on in 1925 was pretty primitive. Model T just came out. We didn't have television, and we couldn't make a call. I couldn't call you to Europe or present to you. So things were pretty primitive back then. But things were also not very good in Europe, and the leading architects and planners of the time got together in 1928. Conditions were really bad in Europe. People had emphysema and people dying early, and they decided to do something about it. So they set out guidelines, function-based zones, get the housing out of the industrial areas, put them in parkland, high-rise blocks, solar exposure. Le Corbusier set out his 5 points: column wall separation, free up the design of the plan and the wall. So that all happened in 1928. The guiding principles were set. Then they came over to the U.S. in 32, but in the U.S. we called it an international style. Hey, we can take it from Europe and build it here. We can build it anywhere. We can build it in Florida or in the cold north. What was going on at that time? We didn't even have an airport. We couldn't even fly back and forth. Had to come over by steamer. By 39, we had the Johnson Wax building, big open floor plan, beautiful. And you can see things moving. Then by 52, we had one of the beautiful high rises, single glass building, hung off the structure, and the kind of iconic modern building. And cities had changed all over the world. By 56, we had entire cities planned along the modern principles. So how long did that all take? Well, from 1925 to 1952 took 27 years. We changed the world in 27 years using these tools. T-square, triangle, and we had to dip a pen in an inkwell and draw with that pen. And ink would get under the T-square, and we had to scrape it off. It took years to do a set of construction documents. We didn't even get a pen until 1960 to draw with. And in 1991, finally, a little laptop computer came out. So you can see we changed the world in 27 years with primitive materials. Now think what we can do. We can build anything, any structure. We can design it, we can build it, we can do it very quickly. We can see its energy consumption, daylighting, everything. We have all the tools we need now. And solar is the cheapest electricity in history. And it's renewable. And it doesn't give off CO2. So, can we meet the 1.5? Of course we can. What's happening? Well, this is the US. We called for change in 2005, and look what happened in the US. Our emissions in the US are down 30% from 2005 levels today. And we're going down. If Biden makes good on his clean grid by 2035, we'll be down over 70% below 2005 levels by 2030, and we'll easily phase out CO2 emissions in the building sector by 2040. We need to address all those other issues, and we can. So I'll leave you with this. Can we meet the 1.5 degrees C carbon budget? Of course we can. We just have to get to work and get it done. Thank you. Thank you again for inviting me.
Своеобразный таймлайн того, как менялись здания, менялся наш образ жизни, появлялись новые технологии на протяжении 20 века. Сейчас мы живем в 21 веке, и мы понимаем, какие...
We're living now in the 21st century and we feel the new challenges, so it's very important for us to change our cities, our lifestyle, change the way we make decisions and the way administration in the city works, the way we apply cities, the way we exist in the cities. I have a number of questions to you, and I truly hope that we have enough time to ask and answer them. So my first question is regarding questions with very dense historic part. There's a number of those cities in Europe and in Russia as well, and my question is this. In your opinion, What's the smartest thing to do with very dense historic part of the city, which again is a tremendous architectural value? But still, how can we make it zero CO2? Should we insulate? I mean, what should we do with the historic part of the city?
Yeah, so with the historic buildings, first of all, they're usually low-rise buildings. They're not the 50, 100-story buildings. So the roof-to-floor area is fairly good. So we can do two things. One is, yes, we can insulate, we can make them more efficient, but even more importantly, we can electrify them. So no on-site fossil fuels, no natural gas, no heating oil, nothing like that. And then we can add photovoltaic solar energy, for example, to the roof. We can add as much as we can. There are also new technologies coming out with glass. So if we change out windows, they can actually be solar collectors on any side of the building. And then we need to add some storage. So we can do as much as we can on site. And then we have to procure or import only renewable energy attributed to our building. So it has to be new renewable energy. In that way, all those existing buildings then become zero carbon buildings. And that's the way we can get at the entire existing building sector.
Спасибо. Спасибо за этот ответ.
Thank you for the answer. Next question regarding the new technologies, new constructions. In your opinion, what is the optimal height? Should we be building very high-rise building, or it's better to think about mid-rise, low-rise construction? What's better? And a follow-up question, what is a good density in terms of CO2 emission? What is a good density? In which density it's easier to follow the principles of zero emission and carbon budget?
Okay, in terms of both density and high-rise versus low-rise, the first thing to know is that density is not a pandemic or COVID spreader. It's overcrowding in very small areas. So it's not density. So densifying is actually a good thing because we save on all sorts of infrastructure. So urban density is an important element in using less materials and in reducing carbon. Years back, and I think this holds today, is that low-rise high density gives you almost the same density as high-rise high density because you can put the buildings closer together, whereas high-rise you got to spread them out a bit to get, so you can get sunlight and things like that. So low-rise high density actually gives you, in terms of housing, a better housing situation where people are a lot more connected to the exterior environment, and you can usually, in that case, have exterior entries, balconies, things like that, into many of the units. I would have to go back to actually get a number on the actual densities involved, but I would imagine for every city that density number is going to be fairly similar, but somewhat different depending upon where you are. So in certain areas, street widths get wider. In other areas, they're smaller. It depends on how you're going to deal with the automobile in terms of density per square meter. Obviously, urban transportation and public transportation is critical in terms of reducing vehicle miles traveled and things like that, and reducing that. There are, if you go to 2030pallet.org, there are those strategies are available on that website for both density and and all the different options in terms of urban environments and planning sustainable urban environments.
Спасибо. Спасибо за этот ответ.
Thank you for your answer. Next question regarding the balancing, climate and social balance. What are the solutions? I mean, what can city administration do in order to deal with new blocks and reconstructed blocks so that they do not become too expensive, so that they would not be happening gentrification? How can we carbon low CO2 emission with fair housing distribution and equity?
Yeah, so, well, the biggest equity question is getting a handle on climate change, because climate change will affect everyone, and it obviously is going to affect the poor the greatest and first, because they usually don't have adequate housing and access to a lot of energy, and energy is a big expense to them. So getting buildings under control is going to be critical. Governments can require the largest buildings, which are responsible, as I noted, for almost half of all emissions in a city, is to get the largest buildings that have the wherewithal and the financial concerns and ability to make changes. And in many cases, after a certain number of years, they make changes anyway. So you can require them to get to zero emissions by electrifying and then using on-site and or off-site renewables. For example, the large glass, tall buildings. The facades usually last 25, 30, maybe maximum 40 years, where they have to reskin the entire building. You could reskin the entire building with photovoltaics. We now have integrated glass photovoltaics, panels photovoltaics. When you do that, then you reduce both the energy consumption and the emissions of a building when you reskin. That can be required. And then for all the small buildings where people live, for example, you have to provide incentives and make the transition to zero carbon take place when those buildings are going to undergo a renovation, because then it's very inexpensive. If a boiler breaks down or you have to replace equipment, then you can replace it with more efficient and electrify, use heat pumps, and give those people the incentive to do it, the financial incentives. So everything from rebates to tax incentives there are many, many ways to do that. So you require that, but you provide the incentives so that you're not hurting these people economically. In this way, they could move out of energy poverty and have habitable places. As the planet heats up, you get a heat wave. And if you don't have some sort of air conditioning, or if the building isn't designed with shading and things like that, you're going to be in a very tough situation. So it's important to get all those buildings renovated as soon as possible. And governments have the ability to provide the incentives to do that and the policies to make that happen.
Thank you so much, Edward, for your detailed answer. And thank you for your presentation today. We have to conclude because the time of this session is running out. I would like to thank you once more for your participation and sharing your experience and your knowledge. Indeed, the zero carbon issue and adaptation to climate and climate priorities are becoming central in urban agenda. Dear friends, therefore we conclude the business program of Moscow Urban Forum. Thank you for being with us today for these 2 days as well. I would like to thank our speakers and experts, everybody who's been with us, real life and online. Thank you, our distinguished participants, our distinguished audience as well. Let us keep in touch. We'll see each other again next year, and I truly hope that we shall all be healthy. And we will be integrating the knowledge, the new knowledge that we have received during the sessions of the last 2 days. And we shall be coming up with our very own knowledge. Hopefully that Moscow Urban Forum will be a venue for inspiration to new initiatives that you will be putting to life on your own. Thank you and see you next year.